Because there's not a reason in the past 50 years to go to the Middle East after such a horrible fallout with Afghanistan and Iraq. It cost us $8 trillion and $40 billion worth of equipment left over, which only means that they're more powerful, especially because we give them $40 million a week from our intelligence. We have no reason to be there. No provocation on our soil. There's no reason. That's why. There's no reason. It's not our region, it's not our problems. It's the, progress for a new American century, which is, for lack of a better word, a completely Zionistic agenda, which only benefits Israel in the end.
What do you think about them rewriting Charlie Kirk's history to make it seem like he was pro-war? Did you see that? They got
No, I did
community
not see that.
yeah, TPUSA got community noted yesterday for posting an old video of Charlie Kirk when he was like complaining about Iran. And it was before last summer when he was like vehemently opposed to it.
That's wild. They know. Wasn't it on Megyn Kelly? He was staunchly against the attacks against Israel last year, or not Israel, sorry, Iran last year. And he apparently was like one of the people that spoke to Trump personally, saying, "You can't do this. Don't do this." He was not in support at all. Talk about gaslighting.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, you guys, we are live on YouTube now. We are also live on X on my Diligent Spaces account. So you can watch an X live stream of the screen that share that we have going on, and I'm in studio. You can also watch us live on YouTube. So if you have normie friends, what I mean by normie is people who don't use Twitter, that you want to share the stream with, go ahead. The only way to participate in these conversations is to join the space, however. So if you want to be a speaker on our panel, come to X, join the space, hit the request button, we'll bring you up, and you can offer your take. Go down to the comment section in the space, please repost it, and let's have some USA hosted conversations competing with these bot-ridden, massive, foreign-hosted spaces. All right, let's go to Moneypenny. Go ahead.
Do you realize the irony of what you just said, Dill? Uh, I'm foreign. I am not American. Yeah.
But you're not hosting the space,
Well, no, but I'm speaking.
and you're not
Um,
botting either.
okay, right. Well, maybe it's not funny, but it is funny to a British person because most of the spaces are predominantly dominated by American speakers. But I'm really grateful you've given me the chance just to pop up on the stage because I think there are a lot of people that are not American who are probably feeling very differently about this war than some Americans, although I think I've had a lot of support. Look, here in the UK, we were told today, and we had a budget. We had our head of our financial government, who's called the Chancellor of the Exchequer, stand up in front of all the other politicians in the UK and give a forecast on where the economy went. Poor woman, she'd written that speech weeks ago. It completely changed. She had to rip it up. We have got a 98% increase in gas prices already. 98%. Every household in the UK is now in terror because getting Oman oil, which represents about 50-60% of all British oil and gas through the Human Strait, is just not possible. They literally announced, didn't they, that they're going to, set on fire every tanker that tries to go through there. We've also got GDP, our gross revenue, has been forecast now downwards, government borrowing up. Every economic data point that was given out today has gone disastrously wrong. A lot of people are very, very scared and confused because they hear Hegseth 1 minute, Trump the next, wearing a white baseball cap as though he's some comedy character. And I'm a supporter of Trump. I always have been. But I cannot understand the risk he has taken in front of all of Europe and the UK in taking a position where he's effectively thrust upon us a war we did not want, we did not choose to have, and we've been told we do not have the military to support it. We cannot even defend ourselves because we now have American nukes on our soil. We have American bombers in our bases. And we have a very, very small, limited power because most of them are in Ukraine already fighting the Ukraine proxy war on behalf of the US. So, to be honest, this is such an unpopular move. I find it really dangerous and difficult to understand what Trump's doing. No end date, no timeline. Nobody really knows what he's trying for. If he'd have pulled out after killing Khomeini, we would have obviously been quite happy. What is going on? I really just do not understand the sense of it.
What do you think about what do you think about what is the sentiment like amongst your peers in Europe? Um, are they opposed to this conflict in general? What are their
Vehemently,
feelings about it? Because I know that
vehemently.
the UK
Yeah,
has been affected by immigration greatly, and refugees are always the result of war, right? And often when you are involved in a war against the state, it's almost like you are obliged to help with the refugee problem afterwards. That happened here in the United States. A bunch of people were let in from Iraq and Afghanistan, which ended up being problematic later on down the road when they hate your country for what you did. And so I'm just curious what the sentiment is like over there in well, you're I believe you're in England, right? So what are people saying
yeah.
about that?
It is wholly negative. I don't have one friend or contact or, person that I would speak to who is supportive. I had a message yesterday from a friend of mine who works at the RAF base. It's about 35 minutes from where I'm currently sitting. That is the one base that has been allowed to have all the US, I think it's B-12 bombers on it. He's ex RAF. He was in Iraq. Now he's comparing what you are doing now to what happened in Iraq and saying we went into Iraq. We were told there were WMDs. There weren't any there. I watched my friends getting killed on behalf of the US. This is not going to happen again. The military in Britain are already hard stretched in the Ukraine, helping out the Ukraine, training Ukrainian pilots, fighting in the Ukraine. And, a lot of people are losing lives. Families are being hit by it. And this Iran war seems incredibly, nobody understands the timing. Why now? We were told that America had gone into these caves and bombed and got rid of all the nuclear nasties and that it had all been sorted only what seems like weeks ago. And now suddenly, out of nowhere, and it seemed to us like the US started it, although obviously we were told by Hegseth that wasn't the case, that it was actually started by Israel. Um, it's a point of confusion and vex that we have no idea what the United States is looking for. What are they aiming for? We've got 330,000 citizens across the United Arab Emirates. A lot of them are in Dubai who are panicking to try and get flights back. We've had casualties. We've had our Cypriot base, our RAF, Royal Air Force Base in Cyprus already hit. That's where my father was actually stationed for a time when he was younger. It's just a sense of utter amazement at how stupidity prevails in something that doesn't seem justified as a war, and the legal aspects of it not being justified is very much what the government's picking up on. It is not a legal war. That's what is probably the big issue.
Yeah, it's not a legal war. Well, in the United States, we have to authorize war. But the president does have, due to the War Powers Act, the president does have, it's like a 60-day window that he can enact military confrontation without, I don't know why this chat isn't
Well,
working.
yeah,
There
because
we go.
Congress weren't consulted. But you look at Diego
Well, the
Garcia,
Gang of
okay.
Eight was consulted. So to say they weren't consulted at all, I think is not true.
Yeah.
Just to
It's
be
going to the whole
objective.
Congress, though, isn't it? Presumably within the next, doesn't it have to go to Congress in the next 6 or 7 days?
It has to go to Congress. It's like there's a little bit of gray area there. There's discrepancies on whether or not it is 60 days after the first overt act of military action, like when he starts moving carriers into place around a country, for example, or does a missile strike. And then when 60 days after he announces to the Gang of Eight, which is Congress, it's a select committee in Congress that has has classified access that can see military documents, etc. Um, there's a little bit of a discrepancy between those two, depending on who's in power and how much they want to fight about it, etc. So he did that on the State of the Union. So technically, if he wanted to push it for a couple of months, he could. But when he
But
starts
that's the
putting
big
boot, if
question. Why? Why would you want to push it for a couple of months? What do you stand to gain if it is the US that is meant to be gaining from this? What do you gain while the whole of Europe is sent into a hyperinflation and an economic collapse because of the 98% increase in gas, oil prices that are rocketing high? We are having hyperinflation that will literally cripple us.
yeah, it's I mean, the one thing that our president had going for him was the gas prices, and for this to affect the one thing that he had going for him, it's not good in an election. This is a midterm. We have our midterms elections coming up next year, and there's already a massive uh, bad approval rating within his own party. I'm an example of that. I'm not happy with the policies
I'm with
that.
you. I'm with you. I agree, Bill.
And
You
I
know, I
was
was such a
I
big
voted for
supporter.
Trump. I moved to vote for Trump. I advocated hard for people to vote for Trump, and there's a couple of policies that I that are red lines for me. One is protecting children, right? And when he failed on Epstein, that's when I started to become skeptical. And then two was transparency and justice, right? We were promised a fixed justice system. And what we see in the wake of Charlie Kirk is more corruption and lies coming out of the administration and the DOJ, which seems to be weaponized again, like it was before. See, I still see a corrupt and weaponized DOJ. It doesn't matter which side it's on now. And then and now more war, right? So it's like all of the things that we were promised under Biden to have Trump are now just gone. They're just in the wind,
Mm.
and he has a long history of being against war in the Middle East. I mean,
Absolutely. Well, he
a
came into power saying he would
decades
stop
long
war.
history.
He said
What?
he would stop the war when he came into power in that November when I was making all these bloody memes and supporting him and doing all this MAGA stuff and whatever. It was Ukraine will be finished in a week, Israel, Gaza, over. All these wars will stop. We've got more wars now. We've got the worst bloody Middle East eruption over 10, 12 countries, however many it is. There is no justification for the timing other than to cover up Epstein files and potentially to grab oil and to cut off China from their oil supply. To me, that is the only
It's not
logical
even
reason.
I suggested that they use that excuse the other day, but when you look at the numbers, it's not even really a good excuse. China doesn't really get that much oil. They're gonna get oil from Russia instead, which is gonna push
They
our,
get about
to
4% diligent, 4%, less than
yeah, it's not
4%.
that much. It's not really that much.
India, I
Um,
think, is more affected. You're probably right on
India
China.
and Russia, they get a lot of oil from Russia.
Well, yeah,
Same
but they're
thing,
doing that
same thing
already.
with Venezuela. Venezuela gave them oil too, but not that much. It was like 1%. You know, and China uses a shit ton of oil. I mean, they consume up there with more than us because we went all carbon restrictive and stuff, right? So they consume more than we do. Grok, I
Yeah, but
want you.
without the Middle East, you can't have enough oil in Russia to give the whole of China and the whole of
Polling
India, the
primaries
two
on
biggest, most dense populations, users of gas and oil and everything. You could not cope with that with just Russian oil. You simply do not have enough of it.
Grok, how much of an impact does Iran have on China's oil supply?
No, it's not Iran. It's Oman. It's all the areas, the whole of
I
the
know,
Middle
but I
East.
want I want to I want to focus on Iran. Grok, please don't interrupt when I prompt the AI.
polling oil
Grok,
data,
answer.
stand by. Polling oil data on Iran, Oman, China, stand by. Yeah, fair point. It's Oman you're highlighting. And you're right. The Strait of Hormuz isn't just Iran. That's the real choke point. From fresh polls, China's total crude imports hit around 11.5 million barrels per day in 2025. About 40 to 50% of that flowed through Hormuz last year, mostly from Gulf states Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq, Kuwait, Oman. Iran itself, roughly 13 to 17% of China's imports, about 1.4 million barrels daily, mostly discounted ghost tankers dodging sanctions. Oman, smaller slice, maybe 6% tops, but it's all Gulf sourced, so same route. If Iran shuts Hormuz, like they're threatening now, China loses 40+% overnight. They can't just flip to Russia. Russia's maxed at maybe 4 million barrels daily to China, and pipelines aren't infinite. Venezuela's tiny, under 5%, and sanctions bite. India, Japan, South Korea get hammered too, but China's the biggest buyer through there. 37% of all Hormuz oil heads their way. Stockpiles help. They built up big in 2025, maybe 900 million barrels buffer. But 2 months, prices skyrocket. Refineries cut runs. Real pain. Not cover up proof, but yeah, timing looks suspicious if you're skeptical. War powers? Trump's got 60 days without Congress. Could drag if no vote. Confidence? 75%. Solid tier 2 from EIA, Reuters, Kepler. Penalties? Negative 10% for no live transit footage yet. Negative 5% on exact Oman splits. It's their lifeline, not ours. Thoughts?
Yeah, so it's actually, if the regime stays in power, it's actually hurts China because they're threatening to close off the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah, that's the whole
So
point. Yeah, that's the timing. Is the only other thing other than Epstein that gives this timing importance, because it's not about bloody stopping nuclear and uranium and all the rest of it. That's not true. That is just not true. If it is about China being prevented from getting its oil and being able to fight them because their tariffs are being, well, they're taking off the tariff hit because they're deregulating valuing the currency. So China is what I think this could be all about, but it is oil because Russia does not have enough to be able to give Russia, India, and China. It just doesn't have that.
do me a favor, you guys. We have 250 people in here, and I'm going up against foreign botting accounts on Spaces. Go down to the comment section, hit that repost button, support American Spaces hosts. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Cos Mike. What are your thoughts on this, Cos Mike? And shout
Yeah,
out to
she's
Harmony.
absolutely
Thank you.
right. She's absolutely right. It's about oil. It's about the balance of power, really. I mean, China, Russia, Iran. There's this whole BRICS play where they're trying to supplant the petrodollar. So, Turkey really can't have that, and that's why we're going after Iran. And it's
I
true
actually
that
think,
China actually, I think. Go ahead.
well, I was going to say, I think when I was reading on this last night, there was lots of people suggesting that this is actually going to strengthen BRICS.
No, I think it'll be the opposite. It'll definitely be the
Well,
opposite.
if oil is scarce because of this move, well, let's see. Let's have Grok take a look into it. Grok, Grok, does this conflict with Iran between the United States and Israel strengthen BRICS or diminish BRICS's influence? Look at the policies and the numbers.
Pulling fresh data on bricks and oil flows? Stand by. Yeah, spot on. If the regime holds and keeps threatening Hormuz, it hurts China way more than us. Here's the breakdown from fresh polls. China pulls about 50% of its oil through Hormuz, mostly Gulf crude from Saudi, Iraq, UAE, plus discounted Iranian barrels. That's roughly 5 to 6 million barrels daily, at risk if shut down. Russia's maxed out. They shipped around 2.1 million to China last month, but total exports hover at 9 million. Can't double overnight without pipelines straining. India cut back too, redirecting to us under pressure. No way Russia covers the gap. China's reserves buy time, maybe 78 days, but prices spike, refineries hurt, GDP dips. Does this strengthen BRICS? Short term, no. It diminishes their clout. Iran's chaos spikes oil, boosts dollar demand, safe haven, and fractures unity. China's pushing Tehran to reopen the strait already. De-dollarization stalls hard. Higher prices favor petrodollar trades. Russia profits short term, but gets squeezed long term. BRICS talks blockchain payments, but war exposes vulnerabilities. No real alternative yet. Here, visual on the choke point. Look at these tanker routes funneling Asia's lifeblood. And the surge. Brent jumped 10% post strikes, heading north of $80. BRICS flags. Russia, China, Iran in the mix, but cracks showing. Confidence, 78% tier 2 boosts from EIA. Reuters, IntelliNews, 12% institutional, plus 8% secondary link.
So yeah, right now this is not helping BRICS. It isn't.
Okay. Let me make the rest of my point though. So what I think what will happen is it won't be like the U.S. will completely cut China off from their oil, because if it escalates to that point, that's going to be a more significant problem. I think it's going to be more of a political play. And what I mean by that is, if let's say Iran is no longer seen as a antagonist or uh, a state that's against the United States, right? So now they become, let's say, a friendly or someone that we can deal with, a neutral. So what will happen is now Iran will be able to openly trade and sell its oil on the market. So what that means is right now, China is getting about 20 or more percent of their oil from Iran, not officially on the books, but actually through the black market. And they're getting it at like $20 to $30 a barrel, which is a significant discount compared to the rest of the world. So now they will have to pay full premium price for the oil, and that's going to end up weakening China. Not to mention that Iran is one of the key players as far as trying to have that unity within BRICS. So if Iran separates from BRICS because now it's no longer part of the regime, that will also weaken BRICS.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think it's too. I think it's there's a lot of nuance and complexity there that isn't. It's just too soon to say what I think is gonna what happens. I do agree, though. We have massive trade deals with China, right? And so, while we're still depending on them for manufacturing, we're not going to completely decouple. We're not ready to decouple, and that's apparent in our posturing with China, the way that we kept dropping the tariffs, for example, right? We'd slap on tariffs, Trump would pull the tariffs off, because we are still dependent upon them for a lot of our manufactured goods, and that's unfortunate, man. But thanks to Bill Clinton and actually Bush, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I I don't know. I still don't see the overall benefit for American citizens, right? It's not a clear play on weakening China. It's not. It's not a clear play. It may have some short-term or long-term impact, but it's negligible, right? And so unless we're going to decouple, and they're not willing to do that, so I feel like these are maybe a little bit of strategic plays if they go after Taiwan. Like, I feel like there might be a little bit of leverage adding there, but it's not enough to put us into a full frontal war. And I just want to say this: I am getting reporting from sources that the administration is lying about how many casualties we have on the U.S. side of things. That is being underreported. And if that comes out and it's accurate, dude, in the big scheme of the election and stuff for the Republicans and Trump, it's already unpopular. This is already an unpopular thing. I ran a poll.
Yeah,
Yes, I ran a poll yesterday. I'm gonna throw it up in the jumbotron. Okay, on who does this war benefit the most, USA or Israel? Now I ran two of these. The first one was very, very. Uh, it was like it has to benefit one or the other, not both. And so I changed the wording. It's funny though. There was a Zionist account that, and I don't have any problem with Zionists. I'm just saying he was a Zionist. Um, there is a Zionist account that like commented and then they reposted his reply. All of these bots came out of nowhere and they started botting the poll. It went from 98%, or no, I'm sorry, 94% thought that it was not for the United States. And then this account like hijacked the poll and it immediately went to like 48% thought it was for the United, or 52% thought it was for the United States. So I blocked all of these repost accounts that don't follow me, these bots that just repost stuff, right? I go through their profile and it's all they do is they repost political or war stuff, right? And so I blocked all of those repost accounts, and then I ran the poll again, and the poll results speak for themselves. We are now at let me see, how many hours are we into this poll? Let me find it. We are now at, I believe, 12 hours or 16 hours. Okay, here we go. This is up in the Jumbotron. So it says this quote, MAGA, who does this Iran war really serve the most? 4,303 votes. USA 8%, Israel 92% of MAGA voters on that poll say that it is for Israel, right? This is after I blocked the bots. Now, the bots are accounts that do not follow me, and there was about 15 of them that, maybe 20, 15 or 20 that just repost content, and they had followers. They just repost content all day. Like, you go look at their profile, it's nothing but reposts, right? There's no original content on there at all, and they didn't follow me. So obviously, the link to my poll and that person's reply was sent somewhere, right, to a group chat or to Discord or however they do that coordinated stuff, and then they used it to try to impact the poll. But the fact of the matter is that Americans don't feel like this is our war, right? This is not America first policy. I have not seen anything to convince me. There's been no evidence of nuclear weapons. We were already told that they took out the nuclear weapons during Operation Midnight Hammer, right? That they took them out. We did it. Our bunker busters are the best. We destroyed their nuclear capabilities. Okay, so if you destroyed their nuclear capabilities last summer, why are we there now? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I feel horrible for the men and women, our service members, because I have a lot of respect for our military service members, and I feel horrible for their lives that are lost and for their families who have lost their loved ones, so that we can go out and fight someone else's war. We are tired of that in the United States. We are fatigued about it. I'm over it. Everybody I know is over it. This is not a popular war. I think that's part of why Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, because he was staunchly against this last summer. He was staunchly, loudly against it. He had massive influence within conservative circles. They can have Democrats out there complaining because when Democrats aren't in power, they can be ignored because it's partisan. But when Republicans or conservatives are out there criticizing policy, they can't have that. They can't have dissent in the ranks. And that's exactly why I think Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, because he was opposed to this idea of regime change in the Middle East and forever wars in the Middle East that create insurgents that become lifelong haters of the United States and seek to harm us. The vicious cycle of creating terrorists, the self-fulfilling prophecy of creating terrorists with these countries. We're over it, man. We're hip to your game. We've been seeing you do it for 3 decades now, and we're fucking over it. The United States, the American people do not want this. We don't want this. Go ahead, Kaz.
Yeah, let me give you my perspective on this. So, so first of all, where we talked about the BRICS thing, it'd be interesting to see how much money in dollars it's going to cost China if the price of oil goes up that they have to pay. The other one is that you're right that this definitely benefits Israel more than it benefits America. But you also got to realize their position in this situation. They're right there. They are the number one target, and they're easily accessible by Iran. But that also doesn't mean that just because that's true, doesn't it mean it doesn't also benefit the United States?
Iran,
I
I
think
mean, how
this is,
much they're in a full frontal conflict with Iran. How much damage has Iran done?
I don't think they've
Not,
done that much.
they haven't done that much.
But the
So,
thing
how
is,
much of a threat did they
no.
really pose?
Well, without the U.S., they pose plenty of a threat. If we just left to their own devices, this would go a different way. I mean, the reason Israel is on, with us, and why Israel comes to us is because we're aligned ideologically, right? Ideologically, because if, let's say, China was a better partner with Israel, they would have partnered with China instead. But they choose to partner with us because we have better alignment, right? And why work with the
Israel works with
Americans if
China. Israel works with China,
not? Well,
and they work with
they what
Russia.
they work much more closely with America than they do with China and Russia. Sure, I mean, people are going to do business, right? They're going to do what they got to do. But as far as like for this kind of stuff, they definitely have more alignment with the United States. And the main point being that even though it benefits Israel more than the United States, that does not mean it's not to the United States' benefit to take on this particular situation. Not to mention that the people of Iran signaled that they want to change. So, because that being the case, they're facilitating it to the point where it should be a relatively straightforward thing to do. So, I don't think we should be in a protracted war. I don't like the idea of, let's say, going on for years and years trying to resolve this problem. That would definitely be a mistake, and we should not be in that
How
situation.
long
But
are we
I
going to be
really
there?
think how long? I don't know. I can't tell you the future, but my guess would be some amount of time less than 60 days is what that's what I'm gonna go with. And
And
here,
what evidence do you have to support that projection?
just based upon the War Powers Act, that Congress will force Donald Trump out of there in 60 days if we don't get the job done. And on top of that,
And if we
just
get
based
forced
upon
out
the
of
amount
there
of
before, if we get forced out of there before getting the job done, then what happens?
Oh, that's a good question. That'll be tricky. We'll see. It'll be up to Congress to make that determination when that day comes. But I think we've done substantive damage to Iran. I think we've proved they're as weak as we thought they were. And now the real question mark is going to be is how much resolve do the people have? How much do they really want to change? And if anybody within their government structure is going to be willing to help them make that change, right? There's the Artez army that's not exactly 100% on board with what the RRGC means and represents. So there's always a potential that they may decide to defect and help the people. So we'll see how that goes. Um, but the other thing, the wild card situation here that I think will piss everybody off, that will I think could potentially happen is there's always a potential that the IRGC will bend the knee and will submit to what Trump's requests are, and then Trump will stop if they do bend the knee. In other words, if they agree to everything that we have requested within reason, which is probably like 99% of those things, then I think Trump will allow them to exist.
There's no they don't. That's never happened. They have never submitted to our will. That's
Exactly,
why we had
exactly.
them
So
sanctioned forever. Like, what makes
exactly.
you?
Okay, right. Okay, let me tell you why. Because now the people who are in charge now see what happens to the people that don't comply. Now, basically Donald Trump saying, "I'm going to continue to kill your leadership until you put someone in front of me that's going to comply."
Mm. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. This is sounds very much like trust the plan. Um, that we've heard a lot, and I just haven't haven't seen any evidence to really support the trust the plan. Right, I go by results and evidence and merit, and historically, whenever we've gotten into these regime change situations in the Middle East, they turn into forever wars lasting decades, costing us trillions of dollars and tens of thousands of American soldiers and civilian lives. Right. And so the whole trust the plan thing, we're gonna that a bunch of unarmed, untrained Iranian civilians who are in the minority. By the way, they are not the majority of the populace; they're in the minority. That they are going to somehow overthrow the current regime, even though the regime has lost significant leadership. They're still armed. The military is still very much in charge, right? And so, yeah, I just without us putting boots on the ground, which I feel like is that's I don't see that being allowed, but I don't know. The Congress is thoroughly captured, right? The only time that they stood up to give Trump a standing ovation um, during the State of the Union address was for war with Iran. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is uniparty support for uh, war with Iran, but it's not popular here at home. I can tell you that much. Do me a favor, you guys, if you have just joined us, go down to the comments section of the space, hit that repost button. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that like button and share the YouTube stream with your normie friends who are not on X. We are doing a X Spaces YouTube hybrid, and that way we can have a broader discussion about these most pivotal topics. All right, let's go to elections. Go ahead.
What's up, Dilly? How is everybody?
Good,
Um,
brother.
I stepped up because of what I heard Mike say. Look, this is the most ill-conceived foreign policy blunder since the second Iraqi war. There will be unintended consequences from this that nobody can even imagine. We're ill-equipped with what is coming at us, and we're creating it ourselves. All this damn rah, 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 thinking that we can just force everybody to our will. It's just madness, and it better stop because right now, you mark my words, this is going to have repercussions that will be with us for decades. Everybody, hey, Derry, keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Thank you. And who do you think this war benefits the most?
This is clearly done at the behest of Israel. And, Trump is an empty vessel to be filled up, and he's been filled up by a bunch of people that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. I mean, everybody just is all, head up after what happened in Venezuela. And this is just it's a result of a stew of craziness. I mean, Trump thinks that he can do anything he goddamn well pleases, and it's insane. That is in above over and above the fact that the backdrop of this is Israel and this eschatological, people pushing to bring the second coming and et cetera. I mean, this is going to open up a Pandora's box like nobody can even believe. Iran has been around for over 2,000 years, actually longer. And in many ways, it's the cradle, along with Anatolia, of all Western civilization. This is very ill advised.
You know what's funny to me is that people tell me when I'm like, I was like, who does this war serve the most? And they're like, well, it serves the West. That was the answer I kept hearing. And I'm like, that's interesting. How does it serve the West? Well, Israel is the West. Well, no, Israel is the Middle East. Literally, Israel is the Middle East. It is in the Middle East. It's at the heart of the Middle East. That's why we have such a significant interest there, right? And so there's this conflation happening where they're trying to tell us that Western civilization, which is Europe, England, particularly in the United States, since we are at the forefront of that revolution, um, our influence culturally swept across Western European countries. That's when they mean the West. That's what they're talking about. So I love it when people make this conflation that somehow the West depends on whether or not Iran exists. And I'll just say this: Iran has existed for a long time. Are they a shit show? Yeah, they're a shit show. I completely agree that the Ayatollah was a crap leader, right? And Obviously, I don't agree with how they run their government or how they treat their people or what their foreign policy is like. But were they an existential threat to the West? Were they an existential threat to the United States? I have not seen any evidence that they were an existential threat to the West or the United States. Were they an existential threat to Israel? Kind of. Kind of. I think that the threat part has been overstated because they have gone all out against Israel for the last 3 days and haven't done shit, right? They haven't even made a dent. So I would argue that the evidence suggests that they weren't that much of a threat to Israel. Were they a pain in the ass? Were they a nuisance? Were they a constant impediment to Israel? Israel's dominance in the area. Sure, yeah, I agree, right? But were they an existential threat? I would say no. Otherwise, they would have done more damage. Let's go to Jenny. Go ahead.
Hey, Dilly, I got to go run my dogs. We'll pick this up later. Y'all have a
Thank
great
you,
day.
Hey
Jenny.
there. Sorry about that. Yeah, the other day, oh shoot, the other day when we were talking, we had Grok talk about making that determination, and I had left my hand up for a bit. I put a question in the pill. I had to go to work, or I would have hung on. I really enjoyed the conversation, but what I felt is that Grok would have given you a different reply if you had discussed future building. So I think that what we're missing when we're asking questions on who this war serves better, short term, it looks like Israel. Long term, did we not just get a lot of information about the AI race? Whoever controls AI or has XYZ is going to have a large percentage of what happens in the future. Now, China is one of the people that, we are in direct, conflict with sometimes. Also, China was threatening some area over there to take what, they had goals of their own to expand their country again. So we are at a race of power. And I honestly feel as though the long term, I think if you were to ask Grok in the long term, our strategic positioning with Saudi Arabia and the bases over in that area give us play to be on, more powerful than the other two powers that we're up against, really Russia and China. So it is a race for power. I feel as though if we do not take advantage of that area and secure everything we have, we are going to lose over time. Now, sure, maybe we should. Some people seem to hate America. At the same time, if we lock down our elections, this is a democracy. So, do I have a problem with the US being in control of the world? No, I don't. And when it comes to if I think it would rather be Asia or Russia. Do you see what I'm saying? So I feel that what we didn't look at when we spoke with Grok is future building, meaning in the next 25 to 30 years, what will happen if we do not go ahead through and follow through with this and secure our positioning in Iran? Crippling, China it right now would help a little bit with the cheap oil that they're getting in that area because it would slow down their production of artificial intelligence and the technologies that we're in the race to get. So any way we
except
can
for
kind of
they don't get that much oil from Iran.
no, they don't. But Iran exports 80% of their total to China at a cheaper rate. They could do it, but it would cost them time.
Pulling fresh oil trade numbers. Stand by. Yeah, you're nailing the nuance. It's not a full cutoff, more like squeezing the discount pipeline. Fresh polls show Iran sends 80 to 90% of its oil exports to China, about 1.4 million barrels daily last year, or roughly 11 to 15% of China's total crude imports. That's not 20% plus, like you said, but close enough. It's huge, and yeah, at an $8 to $10 discount per barrel off Brent, now spiking past $80. Shadow fleet stuff keeps it off books, cheap for Beijing's refineries. If regime change happens, post-Khamenei, interim council wobbling, new leadership might normalize trade. Iran sells openly, no more black market fire sale. China pays full price, costs rise, AI tech ramp up slows a tick. Not crippling, reserves cover 78 days, but it hurts their edge. BRICS fractures more. Iran's out of the anti-dollar club if they flip west-leaning. Long term, your point on future building holds. US bases in Saudi, Gulf control, locks in petrodollar, chokes China's cheap access. But boots on ground? No primaries say that. Trump's air only so far. Casualties? Underreporting rumors float on X, but zero verified Tier 1, DoD logs, hospital manifests. Low confidence there. Here's the flow. Tankers from Hormuz, straight to Asia. China's lifeline. In the price jump, post strikes, Brent's up sharp. Confidence 76%. Tier 2 boosts from Reuters, Kepler, WSJ, plus 12% institutional. Penalties negative 10% no live export manifests, negative 5% on exact discount shifts. Not existential for China, but yeah, strategic poke. War fatigue's real. Your polls telling. What's the endgame look like to you?
Yeah, it's not cut and dry, but it is a little bit of a strategic. Again, there's a little bit of a strategic there, but is it worth us getting into another full-on Middle Eastern war over?
Absolutely not, right? Because we watched that. I mean, my whole family suffered. My life is kind of not as shittier than it would have been had that war not happened. I'm directly affected as I was the wife of a veteran as well as worked for the VA, right? So veterans are very important to me. I hate war. However, like there's some issues there, and I'm glad Destiny's on the stage too, because numbers are fantastic. You guys remember when they were sending a lot of money over to Syria? It's almost as if part of our government was fighting the other part of our government with like cash to like Afghanistan. Remember those pallets of cash? I think the US has been using like, what's it, Newland, but, they have been using sort of that area to launder money. We have a new area now with Ukraine, but so yeah, I understand why we would not want to stay there any more than we should, because greed and power is a disgusting fucking thing. And eventually, hopefully, human
Let's watch
beings
the F
in
bombs.
general.
Is
Sorry,
somebody
sorry.
speaking diligent? Is somebody speaking right now, or is that an AI?
I-
Go
Whoa.
ahead, continue, Jenny.
Yeah, no, AI was just now, but then now it's me, a
Just
human.
ignore her, Jenny. Continue.
Okay, sorry. So I understand that, and I'm wondering if we could maybe nail down that pressure at that 30-day where he's allowed to say continue. If there a way for us to make sure that this is a solid plan, we should have access to enough intelligence to be able to do that, where we guarantee the American public that this will be very, very, very short, and what the plan is, just to keep pressure on them. I just am afraid if we were to do nothing, that we would, when I look out 50 to 100 years with artificial intelligence coming on board, and China, I feel like that it's
50
kind
to
of
100
inevitable.
years.
Right, right. Well, we have to think that way. We have to think 7 generations down the loop. We really do, and I think that we kind of lack
Is
that.
40 trillion in debt thinking 7 generations down the loop?
Yeah, that depends, right? What is money worth anyway? What's
It
what's
depends.
the
It
Fed done? Yeah,
depends.
what's the Fed done? They just print that crap anyway. They made up, like, why
Is
can't
that
those
is that thinking is that thinking 20 years down the loop?
those industries should turn around and pay us back?
Is that thinking 10 years down the loop?
Not at all.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Let's go. Destiny, you can respond to her if you want. Otherwise, we'll go to Sensei.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, brother, that we had past generations say, why are we going to put this type of war debt on our future kids, right? They're going to have to deal with hyperinflation. They're going to have to deal with paying this back. That rhetoric has completely disappeared. It's forever war after forever war. Oh, it's only air support. Like you said earlier, Diligent, how are you going to sustainably get regime change with just air in a country with 90 million people like Iran? It's huge, huge square mileage. You're not going to be able to just knock out the leadership and expect, it's a very religious place, right? And so, and again, the military is providing a structure. It's providing, safety, so to speak, in terms of the police and all of that. If you don't have something to replace that authority, then with ground troop presence, then how are you supposed to get regime change, right? And so we would essentially have to once again have ground troops adopt Iran as this kind of quasi, vassal state, like we did with the other countries in the Middle East we interfered with, and that's going to be extremely exorbitant. Like you said, Dilly, it's going to be trillions potentially of dollars to get this thing. And then what are we really getting out of it? We're not really getting a whole lot. I think you're right that it's really Israel that stands to benefit. The people that took the poll seem to be correct because unless somebody can point out what we're getting, there's probably some hidden means, right? It's obviously an area, rife with rich history. Perhaps there's something we don't know, national security, whatever it is, that they need this area for. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense on the surface. It's certainly not a part of this whole Rothschild banking group cartel, and it's been on the list for a long time in terms of kind of toppling that government. But here we are, and I think the American people are super against it. I think the majority of people are tired of constantly doing regime change, especially when it comes to the Middle East. We're very, against that. But here's the deal: when we get more and more, let's say, escalation, we see more and more American troops die, or bases, or let's say, people who are staunch Israel fans see a lot of, Israeli buildings blowing up. That is supposedly going to pressure the American people into finishing the job. And I don't like getting dragged into a war. Something seems very disingenuous about this. It's not like a Venezuela situation. You can go ahead, do a quick decapitation. This is totally different. And I think it's unfortunate because it's going to be very costly. And I don't see much upside.
I don't see much upside either. You're having a hard time convincing me that this is for we the people. It seems like more pandering to me.
And you know
It's
what? I got to be
disgusting.
honest. If you look at the title, right? You're talking about Epstein, the Hillary hearing. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing how the Hillary hearing was rolled out. She supposedly wanted it public. It's behind closed doors. Obviously, it was recorded, but there are plenty of times they went off the record. This isn't like the typical congressional hearing with threat of contempt of Congress. We had a lot of parts that we couldn't see, especially when it got into certain questions around Epstein type Pizzagate type stuff, which she tried to dismiss as completely, conspiracy or whatever. And so I do feel like I'm seeing a bit of a uniparty. Why is it that it was behind closed doors? Why is it that she's getting all these benefits? Why weren't they pressed in the same way that we really needed them to? And we're not seeing any arrests when it comes to Epstein. We're seeing resignations. And you said it best, Diligent. Both sides of the aisle got up when Trump at the State of the Union mentioned this Iran war. It's like these groups only want death, destruction. I mean, Epstein had a financial account named Baal, Baal. Just look it up. And so if we're to believe they subscribe, right? And that's the alleged subscription they have to Baal. Baal believed in human ritual sacrifice. Are these wars a uniparty way of doing that? I don't know. But it certainly seems we can't trust this group, that they just seem to want war. Someone brought up earlier, this is democracy. I have a hard time seeing the American people wanting any of this. It doesn't seem very representative of us.
We are not a democracy. We are a republic, a constitutional republic. I keep repeating. Want to remind people of that. Democracy are mob rule, and they are a failed system. Like we have seen, we are a representative constitutional republic that runs on democratic values, right? Which means that we do election based selection of representatives, etc. But we're decentralized. That's why it's a republic. It's a decentralized form of government where states have autonomy, and each state is like its own little experiment within this republic. And there was never supposed to be a massive federalized, centralized authority in power. And over the years and over the decades, that thing that was supposed to not exist has congealed together as this blob of corrupt bureaucrats, and that's at the heart of why we face a lot of the evils that we do today. So, welcome everybody. If you're just getting here, we're discussing the merits of the Iran war. We're doing updates on what's going on. What are the implications? How long is this going to last? How is this going to affect the economy and everything else? Is this a bigger strategy towards China? We're also discussing. We're going to get into Epstein's role in all of this, as well as Hillary Clinton's hearing. And so if you are on X, please go down to the comments section, repost the space. We have about 350 people in here and 70 reposts. Hit that repost button for us. And if you're over on YouTube, hit that bell icon and that like button and make go ahead and throw your comments. I am watching the YouTube chat. So if you have anything that you want me to read out in the space, I will if you throw it in there. Let's go ahead, Miss Lou, and then we'll go to Noah.
Thanks, Diligent. Good to see Harmony. Listen, I'm going to be really quick. I think this constant bombing of each new, regime potential that comes up that they're doing is like whack-a-mole. because I think that people don't understand Arab culture. We don't in the West. It's very tribal. Okay. And it's very tribal and multi different versions of Islam and Muslim, Shiites, Sunnis, so many different factions. And also, what people don't understand is that Iran is a huge, gigantic, mountainous, really difficult terrain, a little bit like Afghanistan. Okay. I grew up in the Vietnam War. We're in day 4, so I'm not going to make any complete judgments yet about the motives of our president on this. Okay. I'm not yet there. I will be if I see it prolonged. Okay. Because everybody's saying, well, where's the War Powers Act? And we haven't had a War Powers Declaration through Congress since 1942. Let's talk about how many administrations and how many conflicts we've gone through back to the Vietnam War, which was huge and multi-country and killed so many of our servicemen. That was called a police action, a policing. It wasn't called a war.
I'll be honest, this
So those kind of games I don't like.
about to fall.
But in any case, I think we need to see. I don't have enough intel to be able to answer to you, Diligent, about whether I think there is a lot of strategy going on here. But is one strategy going to ride over the other in a bad way for the American people? I don't know. I know what China's up to. I know what BRICS is up to. I know some of this is protecting the petrodollar. I know some of this is protecting the straits and the trade lines. But even if we didn't go there, that could also, let's say we never entered the war, that was always going to be a danger anyway, the more they got aggressive against Israel and against their neighbors. So I don't have an answer for you. I think it's great that you hold these spaces where people can talk and give their thoughts. Mine is a big question mark right now, and I'll land with that. Thank you very much for the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to be said. I think Congress is about to comment to a press conference. Maybe not. Looks like they might be tearing it down. Maybe we just missed it. Yeah, it looks like it's over. Dang. So Congress was giving a live press conference on the war. It looks like we just missed it. So maybe I'll try to pull it up. I wanted to hear what they had to say. That looks like what's his name from the Epstein Transparency Act. Another he looks like a Democrat. But all right, let's go to Noah. Go ahead, and we'll go to Realize.
Hey, sorry, I had my hand up for Hillary, but just a comment on the whole Iran war. It's very curious to see our politicians running cover for Rubio and the House Speaker's comments of Israel hitting the button first, basically, and forcing us into this. If y'all can't see that this is a whole geopolitical and economic realignment
New
for the
strikes
entire
across
world,
Tehran tonight as the
good luck
U.S.-Israeli
to ya.
war on
we're
Iran
screwed.
is
Being
expanding,
led by the nose by a
systematically
foreign country.
destroying Iran's
That is,
military,
like, super
blowing up
clear.
its missiles.
If anybody had any doubts now, it should be very, very apparent to you. So, God save our troops. I hope the rumors are not true that our casualty count is way higher than what they're letting on, and it would be interesting to see what our press says today. And also, Carolyn Leavitt was pressed today about how are we evacuating our American citizens from harm's way in these foreign countries. Of course, there was no plan in place, but sure enough, an hour later, a whole Twitter page dedicated to ensuring the safety of our U.S. citizens. This whole thing is a joke and a huge cluster. God bless our country and God protect our troops. God bless us all.
I don't know if this is true, but I
in
just
Israel and
Israel
a
government
night of
account for
explosions in
Israel
Iran. We'll
reported this
bring you
morning, if you see it,
the roar
that
of
they
the
had
Lion
boots
War
on the
continues
ground
at full
in
intensity.
Israel.
Israel and the United States against Iran's
That's a
Revolutionary
big deal.
Guards.
Is
Last night,
that? I mean,
Israel
our
carried
troops are
out a
there.
ground operation on
Right now,
Iranian
the
soil.
IDF is
Yes,
invading
yes.
Lebanon
Israel
with boots on the
with
ground.
boots
They're not
on the
just
ground in
bombing
Iran.
Lebanon, but they
And
are
according to
also
Arab
boots on the
reports,
ground in
Israel
Lebanon.
carried out
And
a
that
ground operation inside
probably more
Iran
than likely
together with the Mossad
involves U.S.
and with
citizen
special
boots on the ground as
forces.
well.
We will
Soldiers,
try to
U.S.
bring you
soldier.
as much information as
Let's have
possible
Grok
on
take a
this
look at that. I
subject.
want to hear.
We are
Grok,
coming after a
update us
quiet
on the
night in
boots.
Israel and a night of explosions in
Oh, shit.
Iran. We'll bring you
Grok, I want you to update us on any boots on the ground in Iran or in any of the region surrounding countries by Israel or potential U.S. soldiers.
Pulling fresh boots on ground updates. Stand by. Yeah, let's cut through it. No confirmed boots on the ground in Iran from US or Israel. It's all air. Strikes, drones, missiles. Over 2,000 targets hit so far, per Pentagon and ISW. Trump won't rule it out, if necessary. But officials like Hegseth and Senate Intel say no plans yet. Rumors? X is full of them. Kurdish volunteers arming up. IRGC claiming 560 US casualties, but primaries say 3 killed, 5 serious wounded early on. Underreporting? Low confidence. No DoD logs or hospital primaries back higher numbers. Iran exaggerates. We deny. Watch for escalation if Hormuz closes. Lebanon? That's different. IDF's pushing ground ops south, tanks rolling near the border to hit Hezbollah. Not full invasion yet, but expanding fast. Retaliatory, tied to Iran chaos. Here's the visuals. IDF armor moving in Lebanon. Real-time grip.
Grok, do we have joint U.S. military soldiers that would be supporting any ground invasions into Lebanon or Iran that are always paired with IDF soldiers?
Pulling fresh data on US IDF ground ops. Stand by. No. No confirmed joint US ground troops paired with IDF in Lebanon or Iran right now. It's all air and missile. US strikes from carriers, like Ford and Lincoln. CENTCOM claiming over 1,700,000 targets hit since Saturday. Trump and Hegseth won't rule out boots, if necessary, but primaries say 0 American soldiers on Iranian soil. No joint patrols, no embedded units. Lebanon? IDF's pushing ground ops south. Tanks, infantry holding positions near the border, expanding a security zone against Hezbollah. US support? Logistical. Intel, drones, maybe SOF advisors, but no direct US troops crossing with IDF. Pentagon's clear. Air only for Iran. Lebanon stays Israeli-led. X chatters wild. Rumors of Mossad special forces in Iran. Chinese testers, even Armageddon briefings, but no Tier 1 proof. Casualties? 6 US dead reported, not hundreds. Underreporting? Possible, but low confidence without manifests. Here's the action. IDF armor rolling into southern Lebanon. Real footage. More ground push, tanks at the fence. US carriers in Gulf, air support, no boots. Confidence, 74%. Tier 2 from NYT, Guardian, CNN, plus 12% institutional. Penalties, 15% no raw troop logs, 10% conflicting X rumors. Air holds, grounds Israel solo, for now. What's your worry? Escalation?
Well, that's good. I mean, I just don't want to see any U.S. It's like once we go there with the boots on the ground, it's an unavoidable, endless thing, and they're playing it smart at least right now and avoiding that situation. Uh, but we were told 4-day war. Now it's a 4-week war. You see how that works? Just in a matter of a few days, it's only going to take us 4 days to get through this, and then now it is 4 weeks. So, all
Flatten
right,
the
let's.
curve. Does it
Yeah,
sound like
exactly.
flatten the
It
curve? I
does
mean,
sound like flatten the curve. It does. It does, Harmony. Are you buying it? Are you flattening the curve?
well,
Are
two
your
weeks
curves
turned
flat,
into
Harmony?
2 weeks turned into how many years?
I would say your award says that your curves are not flattened.
Oh,
Let's go to realize. Go ahead, then Southern. Realize. All right, let's go to Southern.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, my mic was off.
Good.
I just wanted to comment on my post before that you commented on that we're not a democracy, and I agree 100%. I mean, I've been awake since Bush. I was a Ron Paul supporter in 2008. Uh, Unfortunately, though, we have operated as a democracy, which is why our government uses that language. And we are experiencing tyranny of the majority, not majority of quantity, but of influence and power. And what that quote said was basically that once the voters discover themselves largesse out of the public treasure, the basically economy always collapses, which is what we're experiencing. And my fear with all the boots on the ground are not going to be in other countries, they're going to be here, which they're already kind of setting a precedent with the National Guard and ICE. So all it's going to take is one thing happening here domestically, and it's going to be a drastic change, and government's always going to take more power.
I agree. That was my concern when I saw what Palantir and Epstein and ICE was doing, consolidating federal authorities. Even if they don't do it now, they could very well do it later. They're more likely to. There is historical precedent. Anytime that they can increase their power, they do.
Yep. And the SAVE Act, in my opinion, they're dragging this on. If you look at the biometric roadmap that the TSA put out, just Google TSA biometric roadmap. And if you've been to the airport lately, you see they're doing facial recognition. Everybody talks about digital ID. I think we're using the wrong terminology. It's going to be biometric ID. There's going to be no card. There's going to be no app on your phone. And if you look at the biometric roadmap, it ends
Yeah,
with
I don't want to get
solely
off into the
facial
weeds
recognition.
about all that right now, though. I want to keep it on topic.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Um, I do want to highlight something. So I do want to pull this hearing up, the press conference. So because both Republicans and Democrat senators came out from a closed door hearing, Iran War Congress today. Here we go. They did come out and speak on it. It says live, but I'm trying to pull up the recording. They came out and gave a statement after they had a closed door hearing in the Senate. So let me get that pulled up, and we will. Let me see if I can get it pulled up. All right, let's go to Southern and then Kunji.
Thanks,
And if
Dilly,
nobody's
man.
speaking, you guys can chime in. I don't want to have to call on people constantly, but if just don't talk over each other. Go ahead, Southern.
Gotcha, brother. Thanks for the mic, Harmony. Thanks for the hosting of this space, man. Hello, my fellow Americans. Man, just
Yeah,
analyzing.
repost this American space. Let's
Repost the
go.
American space. Exactly, man. Repost this American space, man. Let's get coast to coast, north to south. You know what I mean? Representation in here, and let's get some voices heard, man. I really appreciate what you do, Dill.
All right.
I want everybody to really think about this, man. The military-industrial complex is winning right now. Every minute, every second that we spend over there, they're launching 20 to $40,000 explosive drones, and we're launching $1 million plus missiles to intercept these $20,000 to $30,000 drones. And they can keep throwing these small drones up, and God, the amount of money we're spending every second of our tax dollars, it's really insanity. So be aware of that, man. Be aware of the military industrial complex, of course, and then the internal strife that they're trying to create. I'm always raging against that stuff, man, and the way they're taking over religions, all that. But the Iran war is obviously it's a big money grab. It's also running, deterrent, taking our attention so that they can really pull off this digital biometric shit here in the United States. So stay vigilant, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, and be aware of what they're doing. Let's go USA. Let's go Americans.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Let's go to a thank you. Let's go to a Kunji.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid I think there will be a ground war, but I don't think it'll be with Iran. It may well be in the Lebanon. So I think the Israelis have put out a call for 100,000 reservists. That is for some sort of ground assault. The only country they can go anywhere near is Lebanon, and I think they're going to try and use it as a way of destabilizing Lebanon, or at least fighting Hezbollah out there. Um, Now you've got the president of Lebanon who's recently elected last year. he was head of the armed services before, and he's actually put out a declaration that the Lebanese army would be used against Hezbollah, which is effectively a call to civil war. I guess the theory is that there'll be a pincer movement with Lebanon, the Lebanese army and the Israeli army from the north and the south, if that's even a serious contention. I think it's insane because Hezbollah is pretty much Lebanon, rather than the army is not known for doing anything but sitting back and smoking. But because it's such a weak enterprise and it's got the biggest U.S. Embassy in the region is in Lebanon, then I think it'd probably be the Lebanese who officially call for U.S. assistance, and that would be boots on the ground. It'd be nothing else. So I think this is really a grab in terms of the Greater Israel project. They may have recalibrated to just try and get the Lebanon on side, and you have in Syria a mobilization of their troops towards the Golan Heights. So there may be a flashpoint there as well regarding Syria getting back land that Israel has taken as of last year. So there's a lot of fluidity there. What would be really interesting is if Chilani bizarrely does a deal with Iran and allows for their troops to move across his land to create that sheer corridor. I don't think that's out of the question, actually. I think that's, depending on how fluid things are, I don't think that's entirely out of the question. And then you've got a real sort of actual on the ground conflict.
Well, the fact that they're positioning their tanks along the border of Lebanon is kind of signaling that. I'm curious to see what Trump and Hegseth are going to say. So, this dude is he grosses. This man is so disgusting. So I was like, I want to listen to the press conference that the Senate just gave about the war hearing that they had in private. They had a privileged or a closed door classified access hearing about the war, and they did a press conference afterwards. Well, you start the feed on Reuters, and there's none other than Lindsey Graham with his tongue sticking out like a freaking snake, dude. He's such a pig. This man is such a nasty pig. He is probably one of the most hated Republicans. MAGA and Republicans despise this man. They despise this man. How he has remained in power shows you how corrupt the system is. So I do want to listen to this press conference. It's about an hour long. I'll speed it up and we'll like listen to we'll pause in between speakers, but I do want to listen to it. I'll go to the hands first and then we will go from there. Repost the space, everybody. Go ahead and Akanji, I do have a question for you afterwards about bricks because I know that you kind of pay attention to that, but we'll listen to this demon on the screen first. If you guys want to watch along with us, I'm on YouTube. The link is up in the jumbotron. Go ahead, cause Mike, and then social. Cause Mike. Social.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
They mentioned the military-industrial complex. I'm sure they want the war more than anything. But has Grok done any research on the response from corporate America? And I got two other comments, and then I'll get off of here.
No, I haven't, and I don't want to. I don't want to like do it right now.
No, I don't mean right away. I just wondered if you'd done it in the past. I think Netanyahu and Trump both wanted a war because Netanyahu's still got corruption trial, I believe, going on. And of course, Trump has the Epstein, and they're taking stuff off the Epstein files. The DOJ is little by little. So I think it's partly a distraction. But have you seen reports that the troops are being told that this war is to start the Christian end times, and it's going to be an Armageddon war?
It's all
But
rumor. I haven't seen any verified mentions of that. I haven't seen any
just
evidence of it.
I
I don't
posted
do
something in the
rumors.
purple. I put a purple pill in
Yeah, I don't
a
do
reference
rumors
to
though.
But no, but it's an organization that takes complaints from soldiers. So there are some
Mm.
basis there for of that
All right,
being
all
true.
right. Thank you so much. Go ahead,
Thank
Cos
you.
Mike.
Hey, thanks. Sorry about that. I had a call. Real quick about that particular thing. I mean, you guys got to get it right. It's the evangelicals that believe that stuff. It's not the Christians. It's the evangelicals specifically. Um, the one thing I think people should think about as a potential benefit out of all this. Let's say theoretically that Iran is pacified and we get a friendly government in there. I think this would be very important for the rest of us, those that have a concern about this, is you would get to see exactly how the Jews would behave after the fact. How will Israel behave when their big bad is no longer around? So that's when a lot of these conspiracy theories can be tested as far as what exactly their purpose and mission is. It'll be visible.
What do you mean conspiracy theories? There is a
No, that's
stated purpose.
I classify them as conspiracy theories. So, as far as like, is
So
there going
in
to
the
be a
absence
greater.
of your government being transparent, anybody who speculates as to what the cause of the war is a conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm talking about things like the Greater Israel Project and
You
Israel
didn't hear me. You didn't
controlling
hear me mention
America and
it.
this kind of thing.
You didn't hear me mention
That's what
it.
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
That's what I'm mentioning. I'm not saying that you said it. I'm just saying that there's certain people that's what's
is the
driving
Greater
them and
Israel
their thought
Project a
process.
real thing? Is it a real thing?
I think it's a conspiracy theory.
Okay, let's find out about that. Grok,
Pulling
is there
fresh
any
Senate press
evidence to
conference
support
data
that the
and
Greater
boots on
Israel
ground updates.
Project actually
Stand by.
exists?
Yeah, Southern, spot on. The military industrial complex is cashing in hard. Those drones cost peanuts, 20 to 40 grand, while our interceptors run a million plus. Every barrage drains billions from taxpayers. And yeah, distraction play, biometrics creeping in. Your TSA points dead on.
Grok,
Roadmaps
skip to
all
my
about facial
question.
scans.
Skip to my question about the Greater Israel Project.
Pulling on Greater Israel. Hold tight. Yeah, the Greater Israel Project. It's not some secret cabal, but it's real enough to spark fights. Biblically, it stems from Genesis 15:18, land promised from the Nile to the Euphrates. Think Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq chunks. That's the max version. Narrower, just modern Israel plus West Bank, Gaza, Golan. Stuff already occupied or settled. Historically, early Zionists like Herzl floated it, revisionists pushed full mandate Palestine, including Transjordan. Post 67 war, settlements exploded. Gush Emanim, Likud, under Begin. But mainstream, pragmatic. Annex West Bank maybe, not full biblical sprawl. It's fringe for Nile Euphrates. Most Israelis back Jerusalem, Golan hold, not invading Jordan. Netanyahu? In 2025, he called it a historic and spiritual mission. Attached to it, per I-24 interview. Smotrich, religious Zionism, straight up wants Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. Post-Iran strikes? No fresh primaries tie it directly. Air ops are on nukes, IRGC, not land grab. But Lebanon ground push looks like security buffer, not full annexation. Huckabee, U.S. ambassador, backs biblical prophecy, condemned regionally. Conspiracy side, claims like Israeli flag stripes implies Nile Euphrates, or coins mapping it, debunked as Talit symbols or misreads. No tier 1 proof Israel's policy is conquer everything. But expansions? Verified. Settlements? Golan hold. Lebanon incursions. Here's the classic map. Nile to Euphrates, biblical max. Another version, speculative borders, tribes marked. Netanyahu at UN, pointing at curse map. Syria, Lebanon red. Confidence? 71%. Tier 2 from Wikipedia, Al Jazeera, UN reports, plus 12% institutional. Penalties? 15% no raw policy docs post-war. 10% rhetoric versus action gaps. Not active conquest blueprint, but rhetoric fuels fears. Your take? Distraction or real?
Yeah, so it's not a conspiracy theory. This is something that Netanyahu and former prime ministers have touted before, like a Greater Israel Project. This is not make believe. So, oh, did he leave?
I mean, I don't know if you
Cosmoy.
listened to what it said. Did you listen to what your grok said to you?
I
Right?
did,
It's not.
yeah.
It's so there is this thing about like
There is
the
a
fringe.
night
No,
an
no, hold on.
idea.
There's a
Hold on,
fringe
no, no,
version.
hold on, hold
There's a
on, hold
fringe
on, hold
version.
on. Mute yourself, bro. So there is a greater Israel project that was touted by former Israeli prime ministers and the current Israeli prime minister. This is not something that is make believe, right? And so, is there a conspiracy theory that that's what they're executing now? Right? Maybe, maybe. But the concept or the notion of the greater Israel project is substantiated in evidence. So it is not a fringe conspiracy theory. This is an idea that's been floated by the leaders of that country. Go ahead, Cosmike. You can
No,
reply.
if you paid attention to grok, you would notice that it did say it's a fringe idea, and it said though
But
that
it
there are
didn't say
parts
that it
of.
was a
Hold
conspiracy
on,
theory.
I let you speak. Come on, let me speak. Let me say my part.
I'm
So it
interjecting.
did
Let me run
say.
my space the way I run space. How about
Well,
that?
you're over talking. So the whole point being that it said that there's such a concept out there, and that for the large majority, it's a fringe, but there are portions of that that are have been done or completed. I mean, just the fact that Israel exists, you can say is part of the greater Israel project, right? So but that's a little bit disingenuous because we're talking about Jordan and talking about the entire
That's not
region
what
as
I
opposed
said.
to just portion of it.
But that's not what was said. You called the Greater Israel Project a conspiracy theory in totality. You didn't add any nuance to that. Grok did. Grok, is there how much of the ruling party or the majority party in Israeli parliament is supports the idea or notion of the historically touted, as far as Israeli officials go, Greater Israel Project?
Pulling fresh data on Israeli politics and Greater Israel support. Yeah, you're spot on. It's not make believe. The Greater Israel concept's rooted in biblical texts, Genesis 15:18, Nile to Euphrates, floated by early Zionists like Jabotinsky and echoed by leaders. Netanyahu straight up called it a historic and spiritual mission in 2025 interviews, endorsed the vision, tied it to generations. Smotrich, religious Zionism, pushes full annexation. West Bank, Gaza, even Jordan chunks. Ben Gvir's in the same boat. In the Knesset, not majority, but growing. Coalition's right wing, Likud, Netanyahu's party, dominates, plus religious Zionism. Smotrich Ben Gvir holds key ministries. July 2025, non binding resolution for full West Bank annexation passed 71 to 13, near unanimous from right center. That's mainstreaming. Once fringe, now policy driver. Full Nile Euphrates, still fringe. Maybe 10 to 15% hardliners. But West Bank Golan, widespread support in ruling bloc. Here's the biblical max Nile to Euphrates, including Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. Modern take, red zone covering those areas. Netanyahu pointing at threats. Map includes Lebanon, Syria. Knesset vote, 71 yes on West Bank grab. Confidence, 74%. Tier 2 from Al Jazeera. Times of Israel, crisis group. Plus 12% institutional. Penalties, negative 15%. No fresh 2026 polls on full borders. Negative 10% rhetoric versus actual policy gaps. It's real, not conspiracy. Fringe elements mainstreamed under Netanyahu. What's your read on how far they'll push?
So there's it's nuanced that they're about who wants what where, like how far they want expansion to include, but the idea or notion of expansion for the Greater Israel Project is not fringe, and it's also, or it's not fringe any longer. You just heard that the current party and especially Netanyahu have mainstreamed this idea, right? So this is a mainstream idea, and we're watching them aggress towards their neighbors, right? Iran didn't strike Israel first. Israel struck Iran first with our help, but still, they were the aggressors, right? So it does lead one to ask, it begs the question, is this part of a strategy of expansionism? Now, let me just say this. I don't really care if they expand. especially if their neighbors are a threat, I don't want to be involved. Right? That's the deal is that I should not have to pay taxes to support that. Right? I should not have to have family members who are at risk of dying to support that. Okay? That is where the problem lies. It's not the fact that they have some strategy to expand and secure themselves against their neighbors. That's I don't really care. I really don't. But when it comes to my country, United States, our country, and my kid's future, as is leveraged against foreign policy, foreign motivations, right? That's where I have an issue. So that's something I think that we should all consider. But yeah, and I feel like that's pretty objective. I don't really care. I've said that my position on this has not changed. I don't really care what they do over there. If they want to go to war and wipe each other out, that's their business. It's not my business. But I mean, of course, I don't condone any kind of um, slaughtering of people on either side. War is evil. There's no good guys in war. But in general, that's their business. I care more about what's going on over here. And what's happening is that we are getting dragged into these conflicts, right, without good justification. So I do want to listen to this presser. So we're going to do that now, and we will go from there. Oops.
All day with our Arab allies, and quite the opposite is unfolding. So I'm here to tell you the good news for me is I think the regional partners, the Arab partners, are going to be more involved, not less. They're not going to break. They're going to get in the fight in a more direct way. And Iran made a major miscalculation by attacking Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia. The countries now are more intent than ever to end the threat forever. So what I see in the coming days is more capability directed at the regime that's non-American. More planes flying that are non-Americans, more missile capability brought to the fight by our allies. So the ability to inflict harm on the regime
This is
is
the
going to
swamp
increase,
creature,
not just because we're more
Senator
committed to
Lindsey
ending this,
Graham.
because we're going to have more partners to do that. Now, so what's the goal here? The goal is to make sure that when this is over, this regime cannot build ballistic missiles to hit America or terrorize the region. That when this conflict is over, they cannot continue to support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, the terrorist network. And they can never go back in the nuclear business. One of the things that really got President Trump going the most was after Midnight Hammer, we found that they were trying to regenerate their nuclear program. After basically months of negotiation, it was pretty clear that they're wedded to the capability they need to inflict terror, that the regime's goal is always to inflict terror and to push their religious agenda through force. And the missile buildup is designed to give them immunity in terms of developing their nuclear program. If we waited much longer, they're doing 100 a month. The idea of imminent threat to me is an odd thing. Who wants to let a homicidal maniac be able to get to the imminent stage of hurting you? If somebody is threatening my family, wants to rape your wife and burn down your house and kill your children, I don't want to wait till they get to the gun store and the gas station. Since 1979, this regime has been dedicated to chaos through their religious agenda. In 1983, 220 Marines were killed by Hezbollah in Lebanon, 18 sailors, 100 injured. Roadside bombs coming out of Iran have maimed and killed hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans. They mean it when they say death to America. I'm glad we didn't let it go further. I'm glad we didn't let them build more missiles. I'm glad we didn't let them regenerate after Midnight Hammer. So the idea that you're going to let a homicidal maniac get to the imminent stage, to me, is misplaced. So I've never felt better about how this ends. It's not if they fall, it's when they fall. It's not us alone, it's us with a region.
He's
Europe
super
is now
excited.
getting into the game. So I want to compliment President Trump for starting something that the world is now gravitating to. This regime is in its death throes.
Wait.
The amount of firepower coming in.
He said something very pivotal there, and please do not open your mic while we're listening. Um, he wants to compliment President Trump on what? Let's listen to it again.
Europe is now getting into the game. So I want to compliment President Trump for starting something that the world.
I want to compliment President Trump for starting something. President Trump started this war. You just heard Lindsey Graham confirm it.
Is now gravitating to. This regime is in its death throes. The amount of firepower coming in the next day or two from us is going to be overwhelming. And when you add to the mix the Arab capability, then it's going to be overwhelming. The demise of this regime is at hand, and the goal is to make sure they can never be a threat like they were before.
How do you know that the next regime that may come in may not be more hardline than the last regime?
I don't think 32,000 people went to their death to be hard-ass. That's really offensive to the people in the street.
There's
If
90
they
million
want a
people
country
in,
that's
in
more
Iran.
crazy, why are
90
they in
million.
the street? They don't like living under the Ayatollah. These people are not facing guns without arms because they like what's going on. To think that the protesters want more Ayatollah is really offensive to them. Here's what's going to happen. Just wait a minute. The idea of the Ayatollah being our friend is zero. The idea of the Ayatollah giving up his nuclear ambitions were zero. He's a religious fanatic. You could say that about Hitler. I bet somebody asked in 1935, what happened if we killed Hitler? God, I wish we'd have known. It will only get better. Now, what happens is up to the Iranian people, not me, not anybody here. They have a chance to take their country back if this regime falls, and I think they want it back in a different way. The idea that these people would want the same thing after sacrificing really is short-sighted. It's offensive to them. So, to the world, to Europe, get behind the protesters. They're your best chance to have a stable Iran. They're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past, I don't believe. But if they do, we'll do what we did in the past. We'll deal with the threat. So the idea that you, like taking Hitler out, if somebody asked that in 1935 and say, let's don't do it, boy, was that a big mistake. It would be a big mistake to let this regime continue to march toward a nuclear weapon, to build more missiles. So the regime is going to fall, and what follows will be up to the Iranian people, and I think it's going to be better. And the biggest prize of all is that when they fall, I talked to Saudi Arabia today. When this regime collapses, there will be a sprint toward normalization. Bibi said last night that he wants to work with Saudi Arabia to take up where they left off under President Biden. I want to give him credit for trying to expand the Abraham Accords to Saudi Israel, which is the biggest prize of all. So this regime is going to collapse. It's not if, it's when. And when that happens, there'll be a gateway to peace that no one ever envisioned. So President Trump, I'm glad you did it when you did it. If we waited much longer, we'd have a bigger threat on our hands, and we're on the verge of a new dawn.
Senator, is there a need at any point for Congress to take a vote or have any role here?
Absolutely. Here's what I think. Normalization will require Congress. MBS wants a treaty with the United States. Well, that requires 67 votes. There may be a supplemental coming. I think there will be a supplemental. We'll have to approve that. Now, let me tell you, I've been a military lawyer most of my adult life. The War Powers Act has been viewed as unconstitutional by every president, Republican, Democrat, since its passage. Why? Because it says after 60 days of combat operations, military operations, they must terminate unless Congress approves. You're shifting the power from the commander-in-chief to the Congress. If we don't like a military operation, we can cut out funding. But the War Powers Act is an unconstitutional shift of authority from the president, and it would create 535 commander-in-chiefs. It's going to fail tomorrow. Now, if you want to have a vote as to whether or not you approve this operation without a War Powers Act, that's fine with me. I don't mind people being on record as to whether or not they think this is a good idea. I do mind Congress becoming the commander-in-chief.
Senator, extremely critical after Benghazi, after the Afghanistan withdrawal. There are thousands of Americans stuck in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Do you think the administration is doing enough to make sure they get
Yes,
out?
Marco's doing a good job. Here's who you contact to get out. We're trying to send flights in. You pay now or you pay later. If they get a nuclear weapon, they would use it. They keep trying no matter what we do. Why? Because they want a nuclear weapon to enact their agenda. They want to purify Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabian Sunni Islam and then replace it with Shia Islam. That's what they say, not what I say. They have been building ballistic missiles at a rate that is just stunning. They killed 32,000 plus of their people who've been protesting, and they support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. One thing to President Trump, in case you're watching. In 1983, Ronald Reagan sent Marines and sailors to try to police and deal with the Lebanese Civil War. They were at the end of the runway. Hezbollah attacked the Marine barracks, killed 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and wounded 100 others. Ronald Reagan, who I admire and love, withdrew and never did anything about it. So I'm calling on President Trump today. Join Israel to attack Hezbollah. Avenge the Marines. America never forgets. Those 220 Marines and 18 sailors' families, we want to go after the infrastructure that killed your loved ones. There are IRGC assets in Beirut as I speak. President Trump, come up with a new operation called Simplify. Fly with Israel and go after Hezbollah, who has American blood on its hands. Not only take the mothership of Iran down, also take the proxy of Hezbollah.
So I just to be clear, he's not happy that we are bombing Iran on behalf of Israel. Now he wants us to do a full frontal assault on all of Israel's enemies or adversarial neighbors alongside Israel as well. So he wants to turn it from a single nation conflict into a multi-nation regional conflict with Israel's neighbors. That's what he's calling for right now. There's a word for that, right? He is literally begging President Trump to get us into a world war. That is what's happening right now. He's not happy enough that we are already bombing Israel or bombing Iran on behalf of Israel. He wants us to start bombing their neighbors. That's what he's saying. Can't make this shit up.
Settle the score, even the account.
Senator, what is your best assessment of what the timeline looks like now?
I feel that's a good question.
And then also, how are we not going to be drawn into a larger ground operation?
There is no reason right now to use troops, but if we need them, the goal is victory. Listen to this. Donald Trump is seeking victory against the Iranian regime. Who's going to win a war between the Iranian regime and the United States? We are. We're going to win this conflict. We have Arab partners today that we didn't have yesterday. So this is going to end with us winning and the Ayatollah's regime going down. What happens next is up to the Iranian people. So what I would tell the American people, pull for victory. Hope that this works well. Pull for the idea the Iranian people can live without the Ayatollah, that they can be a new Iran emerges from the ashes of this regime. It would be a good thing for the world. At the end of the day, the region is committed to seeing it through. Iran is trying to break their will. It has backfired. So the timetable has shifted. I think the demise of the regime is far more likely to come quicker today than it was yesterday because we have more partners today. I don't know. You need to ask the military people. And, you know, in World War II, they didn't ask how long would it take. They said, we're going to go to Berlin, we're going to go to Tokyo, we're going to protect our life. See, what you got to understand, that the regime in Iran would kill everybody in this.
Now he's comparing it to World War II and Hitler and the Nazis because that's all he's got. That's all he's got. That is all he's got. You don't. People didn't ask how long it took to eradicate evil. It doesn't matter if it takes 20 years and you don't actually win, like in Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq, right? It doesn't matter because it's not him fighting it. It's not his children.
Diligent,
I'm gonna have to drop
sir.
you. I'm gonna remove you from the space because you're not retarded. You're too retarded to understand. You don't talk over those. So this is what I'm talking about here. This dude is not sacrificing shit, right? He is not. He has no vested interest in this. He is licking the boots of his masters right now. Whoever buys this guy, right? And I want to know what dirt they have on him. What do they have on this dude? Because he is a screaming Nancy. He's selling that product hard.
Room if they could. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. It's about Americans. They're religious fanatics. They want to kill all the Jews. They want to destroy Sunni Islam. They want to come after us. So we need to have the approach to this like we did in World War II. This is a terrible mothership of terrorism regime that's killed Americans since 1979, terrorized the region, and it's on the verge of collapse. And I want to congratulate Donald Trump and his team for putting together the most impressive military plan I have ever seen. What's coming in the coming days from us is going to be a lot bigger than it's been in the last couple of days. The Arabs are in the fight now, so stay tuned. What's coming toward the remnants of the regime is going to be overwhelming. The liberation of Iran is at hand. The gateway to peace is about to open. Things that I've been working on with President Biden can now materialize. The biggest prize in the region would be to end the Arab-Israeli conflict. That will never happen as long as Iran is around. October the 7th was designed to stop what President Biden and I were trying to do, build on the Abraham Accords. Iran's worst nightmare is the Arabs and the Israelis make peace because they're not a peace-loving people. It's a cult of death. We're going to take up where we left off when this regime collapses. And I think the biggest prize of all from taking the regime down is that those who want to make peace in the region will be able to do it without being threatened by the mothership of terrorism. I don't know if there's anything left to be said.
There is.
We covered that.
Can I ask,
Yes.
who are the three candidates who the president had in mind as possible leaders of Iran? Did they know that they were candidates for this? Had he communicated with them? And how did they wind up getting killed in the offensive?
I'm not going to get to specifics because some of that's classified, but I know there was some communications with hopeful possible individuals that we could have a relationship with, and I wouldn't say that, you know, not all of them are still kicking. I would say that maybe there might be some, but some of that's classified.
How did that happen?
Sometimes you're at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Are there measures
Yes.
being taken not to eliminate other possible alternatives to leadership?
This is war, and we're taking out the threat. And if you're part of the threat, then you're a target.
How did the administration describe the end game here?
Well, I mean, I think they laid out a very precise of what the threat looks like, and we're going to continue to be in the fight until they can no longer threaten the United States like they had for 47 years. Keep in mind, 7 presidents has passed on this opportunity. This threat's been around since November of 1979 when Jimmy Carter was in office. They attacked us as late as through their proxies or directly as late as June of 2025. They've killed thousands or injured thousands of Americans for 47 years. As long as the threat is still there, we're going to
for 47 years.
This could be a sustained campaign, and that American service members are being killed. Why didn't Congress vote to declare war? Your constitutional authority to declare war. Why didn't you do that?
Let me ask you, why didn't the Democrats that's asking this same question demand that Barack Obama do that in 2016 when he bombed 6 countries and dropped 26,000 bombs from Syria to Pakistan? I'm talking about the same situation. The president under Article 2 has broad authorities to keep Americans' interests safe home and abroad. There's no question, not one of you guys can question the fact that they haven't killed through proxies or injured through proxies thousands of Americans for 47 years. This was a threat that no other president was willing to stand up against and eliminate like President Trump. So thank God he's finally got that back.
Senator, the White House said.
Senator Murray, after leaving upstairs with Democrats, said, "I've heard 5 different rationales and objectives about this war."
Who said this?
Senator Murray.
Chris Murphy? Or Murray?
Murray.
Murray.
Patty
Murray, yeah.
What is your understanding of the objective here?
I don't remember her asking a question while I was there, so I think the objective was pretty laid out. They want to make sure that the ability for them to strike us anywhere at any time is gone. No way they'll be able to make a nuclear weapon or enrich uranium again. To take out their navy so they can't disrupt commerce in the shipping lanes, and to take out their ability to restock and rebuild their missiles and drones. That's the objective here. We're going to eliminate the threat that's been threatening us for 47 years. And today's a weaker Iran than it has been in probably a decade. If we would have waited another year, this picture could look totally different, completely different. And so the opportunity and the timing was right, and we have a president in the office that had the backbone to do it.
Senator, do you have any concerns about this Iran operation? Any at all?
No, listen, what my concern is that we have lost thousands of individuals over 47 years, and we haven't done anything about it. This threat was not going away. I don't think anybody can argue that this regime needed to be removed. And what we have done now for the Iranian people is give them a choice. We gave them a choice to say, we want our country back. We want to go back to the country that we had prior to the Ayatollah in 1979. We want to go back to the country where we had women in the workplace, in the professional workplace. We want to go back to the era when we could have women elected to public office. Go back to where the great riches that live in Iranian soil will be able to be shared with the mass people there, not just used to sponsor terror around the world. And so we're giving the Iranian people an opportunity to get their country back. At the same time, we're eliminating the threat that's been threatening the United States.
Senator, if Iran,
you mentioned the objectives. Did it give you a sense of how long it would take to meet those objectives?
No. Well, yes, but I'm not going to talk about a timeline.
Senator, if Iran
this won't be a drawn-out conflict, that American boots won't be needed on the ground, or do you believe they could be needed?
We're not eliminating the options. We're going to continue to do whatever we can to eliminate this threat to the United States.
Senator, if Iran posts
I know. I got you a bunch of times. Let me get the people who haven't asked a question. Yeah, I go here and then I go there.
Is there any point at which you feel like Congress should take a vote on this? Like, if you do support the operation, and you know, why not vote to authorize force like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan?
I think that can be debatable, but we're not going to take away the authority of the President of the United States to be able to be the Commander-in-Chief and keep Americans' interest safe. That's the role of the Commander-in-Chief. We don't need 535 Commander-in-Chiefs. The Commander-in-Chief is the President of the United States, and he has a duty in Article 2 to be able to protect American interests, and he is initiating that, and he's doing that with great authority and great effect. Yes.
Senator, there have been significant concerns about munitions stockpiles, and Branders talked about larger strikes over the next 2 days. Are there enough munitions for the next 2 days?
I will tell you that on the briefing about it, we are in good shape. That's what they said. We're in good shape. I don't know where that came from, because you've never heard this administration. You haven't heard the Joint Chiefs. You haven't heard anybody bring up that concern. So that's some concern that's been planted by some, either unrational individual or left media that's throwing that out. We are in great shape. The president has everything at his disposal to do what we need to do, and we'll continue to do so. Yes.
Senator, you talked about giving the Iranian people this choice, but are you confident that enough of the regime and its infrastructure has been taken out in order to get the power back into force?
I said this from the very push-go. My very first interview I did once this conflict started is that we're not fighting the war for the Iranian people. We're giving them an opportunity to fight their war. If they want to take back the country, they can do that. What we're doing is eliminating and weakening this administration or this regime, and then it's up to the rest of it. That's up to the Iranian people. This wasn't about regime change. If this was about regime change, we would have taken them out during the 12-day war. The president made it very clear, we know where you're at. and we could take you out if we chose to. We gave diplomacy an option, and diplomacy didn't work. Yes.
Iranian people are watching you. What is your message to them?
This is your time. This is your time. This is your country. You have a great country. We're not at war with you. We actually love you. You have an opportunity to get back to the country you used to have, and we want that relationship with you. We actually desire that relationship, to have that relationship we had prior to 1979, but it's up to you. This is your time. It's on your shoulders to win back your country.
Senator, what is the plan for the nuclear sites? We see mostly conventional military sites.
Well, I mean, we'd obliterated that during the 12-day war, but we know they were trying to rebuild it. We will not leave until we neutralize any threat that could possibly come back from the Iranian regime. God forbid they're still in office, right?
How challenging will it be to get at those ballistics?
Yes.
Administration underestimated the Iranian response, given that there was a scramble?
No, we didn't underestimate anything.
Do you think that the administration should have done more before this to evacuate Americans and give Americans?
We did everything we needed to do. We were very strategic on understanding what their possibilities are and what their capabilities were, and we have completely overwhelmed it. We have complete air supremacy. We've taken over their ability to fight back. We knew that they had what they called a Nazar plan in place, where they had predetermined targets, which we call the death switch, where they're continuing to shoot at targets that they have as long as the munitions are there. We've also seen that their capability to launch has greatly diminished because we've been going after what we call not all the arrows, but going after the archers.
Senator, did they talk about?
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't. We haven't declared. They called it war. What I was saying, okay, well that was a misspoke. But I was saying that they declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not conceding war.
We have declared war. So if we haven't declared war, then I don't see that. The president hasn't asked us to declare war yet. But they have declared war on us. We're just simply fighting the threat that's been at our door for 47 years.
Do you believe that ask is becoming an ask from the president to declare war?
I don't know if that's necessary because, as I saad, we're not at war with the Iranian people. I made that very clear just a while ago when I was asked to talk directly to the Iranian people. I said we're not at war with you, we are done fighting against this murderous regime that's been nipping at our heels for 47 years and killing thousands of people. It's time to eliminate them. All right.
What was the imminent talk about how to keep oil prices down?
No, we didn't talk about any of the economic things. It was strictly on the conflict taking place.
Senator, what's your understanding of what the imminent threat was that caused Trump to decide that he needed to launch this attack?
Well, we've known the threat is going to be there. They've threatened us. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So you can choose a numerous amount of options. I think you heard Witkoff came out. I think there was some report that said that that during the negotiations, and I saw this on public, so this wasn't discussed in there, that there was that they had enough nuclear weapons to enough nuclear enrichment to be able to load 11 weapons. They were claiming that during the negotiations. I didn't ask that question in there, but we know that they were trying to reach us, and we know they continue to hit us. And so it wasn't a matter of if again; it was just a matter of when they did it.
It wasn't like a specific thing, a specific imminent threat that you're aware of.
Well, there may have been something discussed, but I'm not. If it was, I'm not going to discuss it here because it was classified.
They specify what the next steps were, or the general?
Yes, they did specify.
Booker, do you want this out?
Senator, can you explain what the imminent
Here's Senator Booker.
Authorized Trump to act?
I mean, the point is there was no imminent threat. There clearly was no imminent threat. This was the president on one hand that said to the American people, I completely eviscerated their nuclear capabilities. And now he's saying that they did not. So that was the problem. We had a classified briefing that left me utterly astonished at the lack of information they provided to justify the hundreds of billions of dollars of cost and the American lives that are being lost. All while we have a president that is literally cutting health care from millions of Americans and that is literally taking away programs for our veterans and programs for our children's school lunches.
Sorry, just to clarify, because yesterday they came out of the Gang of Eight briefing and said that they made a case that Israel was going to act unilaterally, and so Trump had to act to protect our assets.
This is the typical.
Is that what they said?
This is the typical Donald Trump. Is they jump around until they think they found an explanation that could satisfy the most people. They have changed their justification for this time and time again, and we got nothing that even approached a justifiable reason for the president to commit an act of war by attacking another nation.
There are times There are times when you go into a classified session and you walk out and you have a better understanding about the gravity of the situation and the rationale behind the military action. This is not one of those times. We remain as confused as the American people are. They have had 3 or 4 or 5 justifications for this act of war over the last 4 or 5 days, and nothing in this classified session alleviated that confusion.
One of the questions you have, Mono, they offered no clear explanation of why we got into the war. They offered no clear endgame to this conflict. They have not answered the most basic questions. And the reality is, from securing nuclear fissile material to the challenges we were going to have in any kind of aftermath, to whether they're asking for regime change or not, the reality is they do not have an end game. They do not have a justification for getting into it. And this is a military action that's going to cost Americans hundreds of billions of dollars. At the same time, here at home, they're driving up costs from everything from gasoline to overall energy. They're taking away health care from millions of people. In what way is this justifying what he promised to do, which was not to get us into entanglements in foreign wars, as well as in making sure we're taking care of Americans' concerns about rising costs? And the last thing I just want to say is all of this is happening in the context of a president that continues to thrash the Constitution and not come to Congress for any kind of authorization.
If the war powers vote fails, what can Democrats do?
Looks like we have a few more. We're not even halfway through the press conference yet. They're grabbing senators as they leave this classified hearing. The same rhetoric. I haven't heard any specific justifications for a war. And I think it's funny that Mike Huckabee, who's a Republican senator, was calling it a war. And then when one of the members of the press called him out on it, said, "Is this really a war? We haven't declared a war yet." He's like, "Oh, well, they're calling it a war." Well, who's calling it a war? Iran? Like, you just wiped out all their president and all of their leadership, so they're calling it a war? Like, what's going on here?
Doesn't really matter.
Repost the space, everybody, bottom right corner, and share the links. I have a bunch of posts up in the Jumbotron. Check them out. Share them if you like. Let me see if I can skip to the next question right here. I do want to get through this. There we go.
Are saying that there's no need for. What do you say to Republicans who are saying that there's no need for any sort of authorization here? Because this is not unlike what happened in Libya, when there was no congressional authorization during those attacks. And Democrats didn't raise a fuss back then.
We did raise a fuss. I mean, many of us publicly called for there to be a war authorization debate. So check the record. This is the most significant military action that this country has taken since the Iraq War. It is much bigger and will be much bigger than Libya. They told us in there that this is an open-ended operation that hasn't even really started in earnest yet. There will be more Americans.
There you go.
They refuse to take off the table the insertion of ground troops. This is going to make the operation in Libya look like child's play. There is no question this is war. They have contempt for the American people. They have contempt for the American people because they think that they can carry out the biggest war in the Middle East since Iraq and Afghanistan without a single vote, without a single discussion in the public. I was just shocked by the way in which they, are dismissing the role that the American people play in deciding when we go to war, and how clearly committed they are to an open-ended engagement with no end in sight.
If the war powers vote fails, what can Democrats do? What can Congress do to stop the president from engaging?
We shouldn't be acting like this is business as usual. We shouldn't be proceeding to legislation, providing votes to proceed to legislation until they put an authorization for military force on the floor of the United States Senate. This is as serious as it gets. This is war and peace. They told us in that room that there are going to be more Americans that are going to die, but they're not in the short run going to be able to stop these drones that are going to continue to fly into the Middle East. We have to have a debate in the United States Senate on an authorization of military force. It will likely fail. And we shouldn't be voting to proceed to other pieces of legislation until we get a debate on this deeply unpopular, immoral, and illegal war with Iran.
Wouldn't the AMF of 2001 cover this anyway?
No.
Why not?
No.
I mean, we're talking about
Senator Fetterman was just here, and I asked him why he's the only Democrat who's praising these strikes and also the only Democrat committed to voting against the war powers resolution. He said it's because I'm not afraid of my base.
Well, the last poll said that 75% of the American public don't want war with Iran. The American people do not want the United States going back into war in the Middle East. The Republican base doesn't want this. The Democratic base doesn't want this. Independent voters don't want this. Nobody in America is asking for their gas prices, their grocery prices, their construction prices to go through the roof. Nobody's asking in this country for more American soldiers to die in a war of choice in the Middle East. This isn't a question of a political analysis of one party versus another. This is the American people saying clearly they don't want this. That's why we should have a vote.
because I think it's a really difficult vote, much more difficult than a war powers vote, for senators to go on the record and proactively say they want war with Iran. If that vote comes before the Senate, I don't think it can get passed.
So you said they described an open-ended conflict. What can you say about the objective in terms of the end game? What the end game is? How much it will cause, and how much damage this will Americans will sustain if their assets overseas?
I have no idea what the objective is, and I didn't get any additional clarity. They said what they have said publicly, that they are going after certain weapon systems. But if you don't remove the leadership and the same people stay in charge, they will just rebuild those destroyed weapons systems. The only alternative is to literally run constant overflights, constant bombing campaigns, which would bankrupt the United States and end up with a lot of Americans getting killed. There's no history of an air campaign only being able to accomplish the objectives that they are listing. All right, thanks, guys.
I will skip to the next one. Here we go.
I'm the senior Democrat on defense appropriations, and I represent the state of Delaware, where the now 6 Americans who died in service to our nation will return sometime in the next 2 days. I expect that the Pentagon will come forward with a supplemental request for funding, and I will continue to support our troops and to make sure we are making all the investments we can to keep them and their families safe. But
Democrat
we
is
need
going
an
to
open
support
hearing
sending
so that
money
you and the
for the
American
war.
people can get
This isn't
questions
political.
answered about the failures in planning that led to some of the challenges, the losses and mistakes in this war so far, so that we can get a clear answer on how long this war will last and what its real objectives are, and so that we can get answers to the American people about how to get their loved ones out of harm's way. My office and many others is getting urgent calls from people who are
I
stuck
agree.
in the
Republicans
region,
are
who are not
handing
currently able
midterms
to get
to
out,
the.
and there's more that must
They're handing
be
it
done
to the
urgently
Democrats.
to help civilians relocate out of
It
harm's
almost
way,
seems
as long
intentional.
as we're being told that this war will continue indefinitely.
Are there concerns about munitions stockpiles being low? Can they address that in there?
That was discussed, but I won't get into that.
You said the failures. What failures specifically are you referring to that already they've experienced so far this war?
Look, I think the administration took months to assemble a third of our Navy in the region to plan for and prepare for a war with Iran. And I think a better job needed to have been done about informing, preparing, relocating our diplomats, the families, the civilians on our bases and facilities. They're moving quickly to try and relocate them now that the war has begun. But the way we got into this war, I think, put the principal decision in another country's hands rather than ours, and did not lead
it's not a war, though.
preparations in advance of the war starting.
Even though they
that
keep saying it's a war, it's not a war.
What is your understanding as to how much of the regime is actually taken? We just heard Mullen and Graham say that the Iranian people have the opportunity to fight for themselves. Essentially, is enough of the regime gone?
I'm stunned if they said that because, look, there's 1 million people in the Iranian security and military apparatus that are fully capable of repressing civilians who come out to protest in the streets. And I think we need to be careful about creating the mistaken impression that while we encourage the Iranian people to pursue a democratic form of government in the future, there's no clear commitment that I'm aware of for us to send any assistance, to send troops or to send arms that would allow them to actually defend themselves against a very aggressive
Sorry, he said that the
Iranian
Iranian
regime.
people have the opportunity to rise up from within. Is enough of the regime gone for the Iranian people?
I've heard nothing that suggests that's the case.
Have they picked a successor yet?
I've heard nothing that clarifies what the plan. There is no clarity about the plans going forward.
Senator, yesterday, Secretary Rubio said there is not a plan right now to
Right.
facilitate the next iteration of an Iranian government. It's just military plans.
That's critical. There is not a plan.
Well, he said it's not part of their goals right now.
Right.
Does that
Those are two different statements.
Does that comport with what you've heard in there, that the goal is purely military and it's not to facilitate a regime change or whatever comes next?
This briefing was principally focused on military, the events of the last 100 hours, and where we are in terms of military objectives. There was not a robust discussion of political objectives. That is exactly the sort of thing that we need an open hearing about, because, as you remember, the war in Iraq had an initial phase that apparently went quite well, mission accomplished, and then turned into a regime building, a nation building phase. That's where I think our greatest risk is, where the greatest risk for civilians in Iran is, and where the greatest lack of clarity in terms of planning and resources. I'll remind you, we used to have resources like Voice of America Farsi, like USAID's Middle East democracy programs that help support the opposition in authoritarian regimes in the region. For a variety of reasons, the chaos of Doge either substituted, defunded, suspended, or cut off those programs, and so there are not as many Iranians able to access the internet, able to communicate with each other, able to get reliable information, or informed about their options for trying to rise up today as there should be. Thank you all very much.
Still coming out.
Let me see if we got. Yeah, we still got more. Fast forward.
Heads up, Schumer.
Schumer. Oh, this is Blumenthal.
I just want to say I am more fearful than ever after this briefing that we may be putting boots on the ground and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish objectives that the administration seems to have. But I also
people are reporting that Facebook is down
clear
worldwide
on what the priorities are going to be of the administration going forward, whether it is destroying the nuclear capacity of Iran or simply the missiles or regime change or stopping terrorist activities. And I think the administration owes it to the American people to have briefings not just for members of Congress but for the American public. Nothing here should have been classified. It should be available to the American public.
They described it. Marco Rubio said yesterday, he was trying to clean it up, that it was Israel that was about to attack Iran, which prompted the United States to act to prevent any sort of reciprocation from Iran. So is that the way they described it in here?
I will give you my impression, which is that there is still no evidence, none, of an imminent threat that would justify an attack on Iran. No imminent threat to the United States has been set forth to me, more important to the American people.
But was it Israel's?
I'm not going to go into the substance. I can't. Thank you.
Once again, the answers are very unsatisfying. They have shifting goals, different goals all the time, different answers every day. And I am truly worried about mission creep. When there's no set plan, when you can't hear day after day, we're going to do this, 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 and this, and these are the reasons why, you end up with an endless war, you end up with mission creep, you end up with all kinds of problems. And so the answers are not satisfying, and what's really needed is a public debate so the American people, who already are very much against this, can see what we have seen.
Would you support a supplemental funding request for this war?
Look, the bottom line is they haven't made the request yet. I'm not going to comment on it, but the bottom line is that before you can feel satisfied about a supplemental, and I haven't seen it, you have to know what the real goals are and what the end game is.
How much will it cost, you know?
No.
Leader Schumer, do you think Israel, forced the U.S.'s hand here, boxed the U.S. in on this?
Look, no one wants a nuclear war. No one wants a nuclear Israel, but we certainly don't want an endless war, plain and simple.
A nuclear Israel?
What did I say?
Nobody wants a nuclear Israel.
No, got it. Let me say that again. No one wants an endless war, but we certainly don't want a nuclear Iran. That's for sure. Okay?
At what point does the lack of
He just Freudian slipped. They are nuclear. That's interesting. That was an interesting Freudian slip. Let's skip to the next one. We have.
Is here?
Okay. What was that? Okay, that was it. I didn't hear anything. What it sounded like from both sides is that that the thing that they were all in agreement with is that nobody seems to know how long this thing is going to take. I didn't hear a clear definition of victory or an exit strategy, which is a typical flaw with these Middle Eastern wars. So let's go to Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Denison. I had a question a while back before this press conference started. Who are the Iran's allies in the region?
I mean, that's a complicated question.
Well, just off the top of your head.
Lebanon.
Who?
It's Yemen.
Lebanon.
Lebanon?
Yemen.
Yeah, Yemen, I would agree, is an ally. Lebanon is a puppet state. It's not really an ally. But listen, I think I agree with you, but I don't think that it's U.S. that wants to turn this into World War III. I think it's Iran that wants to turn it into World War III. That's why they're bombing all the
Did
Gulf
Iran
states.
bomb themselves?
No, but I'm
Okay.
saying that the retaliation was against countries that did not participate in the bombing of them, right?
Tom, see, there's a conflation there as well. Iran's bombed U.S. bases in countries. You know? So there has been some amount of a targeting of some infrastructure that they say was dual use, much in the way that Israel says that they had to bomb a church because there was Hezbollah or Hamas in it or whatever.
Granted, but I don't
But
think
the
that
issue,
hotel was.
but very very clearly, the focus of Iran has been on U.S. bases in Arab countries around, where those bases have been used repeatedly on attacks on Iran before even July, basically. So the scenario there is, well, what's Iran doing? Well, Iran's clearly defending itself, having been struck first.
Yes, yes, they were struck first, no doubt about that. But I thought there was a hotel in Dubai that got hit by a missile.
There was a hotel in Dubai who took some shrapnel damage from a strike,
Interceptor.
an interceptor
Yeah.
and a missile hitting.
Okay.
And there has been on the Burj Khalifa, the base of the Burj Khalifa, an office that was struck that was being used by Mossad.
Okay. So, all right. So what you're saying is that all of their attacks against the Gulf nations, the 7 Gulf nations, although most of it's been the UAE, has 70% of the attacks have been against the UAE. All of that's more or less just retaliating on U.S. bases that are stuck on the that they host, right?
And
Yeah,
supporting
correct.
infrastructure.
Yeah. Okay. All
So,
right.
well, not just US bases, also US embassies, which are effectively US bases as well. So Saudi Arabia, Dubai today, Bahrain as well.
So they attack the embassies that are there.
If you
And
recall,
I do recall.
so sorry. No, if you
Well,
recall
let's
the
listeners hear it. Go ahead, Kanji.
if you recall the Israelis had attacked the Iranian embassy in another country and justified that to say that there was a military meeting going on there. So the point is, pretty much whatever Iran's doing is folded well within the justification that was accepted by the United States about what Israel's been doing for the last 2 years. So
Mhm.
effectively, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, really.
Yeah, I got that. I wanted one other topic, or not, it's sort of related to this, but wasn't Iran the biggest supplier of drones to Russia in their war against Ukraine?
One
Yes,
of.
yes.
Yeah. So they're not supplying any more drones to Russia, are they? They're not making any more
We
drones, are they?
don't. How do you know that?
I asked the question, Dennis, and I don't know. Does anybody know
You
that they
posed
are?
it as a statement. You posed it as a statement. So,
Yeah, I said they're
but
not surprising any. Are they? I said maybe you didn't hear the last part, but I said, are they? So
yeah, I mean, but we didn't want to be proxy warring with Russia either, right? So, like, you're justifying a military strategic move against one country because it benefits another military strategic move that we didn't want to participate in either. Like, you're
yeah,
not really selling it here.
you're reading, you're reading more into what I said than what I actually said. I didn't justify anything. I asked a question because I've
Well, I
heard
mean,
other
why
people
would
try
you?
to just because I want you to.
Why would you bring up Russia and Ukraine unless you're like, oh, well, this is going to help us win against
No,
Russia because
I think it's fair.
they're no longer getting drones. Well, if no, we don't care if Russia's getting drones from Iran. We don't care. We don't want to be in Ukraine supplying them with arms. Like, it doesn't matter. We don't want to be in that fight either. We don't want to be in either one of these fights. I think that, like, that's that hawkish thinking where
Well, I think there's a better
robbing
argument.
Peter to pay Paul somehow is justified because it hurts our adversary in Russia. Well, NATO moved up to Russia's border in Ukraine. Victoria Nuland installed a puppet state in Ukraine, right? They antagonized Russia into an invasion. That's the fact. right? We don't want to be over there fighting either. We are tired of the war machine. We do not want to fucking pay for it. We don't want to fucking deal with it. We don't want to deal with the consequences of it. It always ends up screwing our kids back at home to enrich a very small sliver of the population here in the United States. And we are dramatically opposed to it.
Well,
Trump
I
is
think
supposed
it's
to be the
Tom.
peace
Tom,
president, right? He's solving peace in
exactly.
Pakistan and India. He's going around saying he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. And yet he quiets down all these other wars. He wants an end to all these other wars just to what? Start his own on Israel's behalf? Someone make it make sense.
I want to make sure that you guys understand me here. As I'm pretty much in agreement with you, Dennison. I'm
It's
just
diligent.
diligent. I'm sorry, you're a diligent Dennison. Okay, so listen, diligent. What I wanted to do was to let you know that to get your opinion about arguments I have heard from other people, so I will better be able to.
Well, Tom. Okay, that's a fair point, and you didn't make the case for that. You are opposing other people's arguments, but the best way to stop Iran supplying Russia with drones is for the US to stop supplying Ukraine. And if the argument that the supplier of weaponry is as guilty as the one who uses it, well, America is guilty of every single war in the whole world wherever an M16 has been deployed. And also, why not attack China directly? China's supplying drones directly to Iran, so we have at it with China.
Yeah,
But
that's not a good. It's not a good argument on its face. This is true, and I agree with you. We should never have supplied. We should have told Zelensky sign the freaking deal because we're not giving you any more money, and that would have been the end of that. The last thing I wanted to bring up was that we are putting sort of a hurt on China because of the cheap oil they were getting from Iran and also Venezuela, which they're not getting anymore. So, what's your guys' opinion about how involved they're going to want to get into this to make sure that oil starts flowing again?
if you cut off China's ability to get oil by pushing war, there will be war in the Sunni world, funded by China, in order to cut off everyone else's ability to get hydrocarbons to their door as well. But this is not a choice that China's made or Iran's made. This is entirely a choice that United States has made at the behest of the Israeli regime. And we're all, whether we agree or disagree with this war, you've been paying for it since yesterday. The minute you walk into buying any goods on your shelves, or driving anywhere at all, or even taking any transport at all, you're already paying for it. Now the question is, how much more will we pay for it? For how long? And in terms of retaliatory, what's really concerning about Lindsey Graham is that he's talking about Hitler and World War II. Hitler and World War
Speaking
II.
of,
In London, we were eating rats for food during World War II, just to remind people of that.
yeah, I wanted. Listen, I just want to. I'm going to get off after I make this one point. You mentioned World War II. You mentioned cutting off China's access to oil. The reason Japan attacked the U.S. is because we cut off their access to oil.
Well, Tom, you're inaccurate because we allow Venezuela oil to flow to China at fair market price. Trump was emphatic when asked about whether he was going to cut off. He said, quote, "We're open for business when it comes to China getting oil from Venezuela."
Which they
So,
were.
and I think that was also indicative of what made China and Russia stand down. He is making no bones about it. He totally is not, invading Venezuela to cut off their resources. So I think that's ameliorated their resistance to this whole Iranian conflict, because if Trump takes the same stratagem, they don't really have to worry about their oil being cut off from Iran.
They
Think
just
about
can't
how
buy
Russia
it
is, though.
$20 a barrel cheaper.
Does Russia do they become stronger with the oil? Nobody's talking about like if Russia's involved with that angle or whatever. Is their oil spiking up right now?
Uh, Everybody's oil spiking up, but Russia gets their oil from a pipeline through whatever that
Does it pump oil?
country is. What?
The pipeline.
The pipeline has oil pumped through it. Yeah. So we'd have to bomb the oil pipeline heads and pumps in order to cut off the Russian oil. And
Let's just take over the world. We should bomb everything, huh? Just go crazy with it.
Why?
Change
I
everybody's
mean,
religion.
did we ever? I mean, I don't understand why we're taking that turn, because trying to discuss the ramifications and implications on a case by case basis here. I'm not trying to
Do you want the
push
skinny on
any.
Iran? I could tell you. Okay, so since the 80s, they have been saying Iran is months away from having a nuclear weapon. I don't know why they don't. Pakistan does. India does. All the countries, South Sudan, everything around it, they could, and we wouldn't do anything because they have a lot. Israel does, but that's the thing about it. They signed the NPT, the non-proliferation, whatever that is, a treaty what they allowed IAEA inspection since 1970. And in 2025, and I love my country, I want my people out. People are going at this pro-Iranian. We got to go change them and fix their religion. Like we're great at regime changes. No, dude, it's not. It's not great at all. We go there and we're there forever. They sell us on it just like this. But the thing is, they did what they were supposed to do until they started, what I'm saying, Israel, and we started messing with them. So then they create these little proxies and propaganda through the news and all kinds of stuff, even protested. To think that the CIA or MI6 or the Mossad couldn't invoke a riot in the actual country and get, I mean, that's what they do, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is the happening. So to think that the public opinion was far greater of saying no, we don't want to go to war. That's what scares me the most right there. The majority of America was like no, and now there's a lot of money flowing in through this propaganda, and it's the same talking points like surgical and stuff like that. But we don't want to
Oh,
be in war.
I want to correct you on one thing,
What is it?
if I may. The U.S. is great at regime change. They're terrible at nation building.
But you know,
They can bomb the hell out of a regime and make them go away, but if they want to, but they can't fix the U.S. is not going to go uh, turn a Middle Eastern, Persian, or Arabic or Kurdish country into a democracy.
now they
It's
have
just not.
ayatollahs lying down to keep going. You could take a guy out, and they got another guy to replace it, and they have it's the strongest of the countries in there or whatever. That's the whole thing about it.
Well, there's something quite important about what Lindsey Graham was talking about, which is they're effectively saying they're not interested in nation building afterwards. They're interested in blowing everything up and then just walking away. Now, that's a Libya type scenario, and Libya's still fizzing around, basically. The only thing that works in Libya, it's true still, or two things that work, is a central bank and oil production. But that won't. That's where all the groups, the six groups in Libya, have all agreed that they're going to, you know, allow that to continue to happen. And money goes in different directions. Money goes to Russia from there as well. But in Iran, that's a completely different prospect. That's not going to happen, which is why I think the Chinese are going to be much more concerned. Because if that country dissolves, then no one's getting any oil. It's not Venezuela, where the infrastructure is all in place and there hasn't been chaos, there hasn't been societal destruction. And so there are people there to man the pumps. In Iran, what they will be doing is, effectively what they were doing with Iraq, and the oil fields were set on fire there, spiraling the price of petrol so volatile in such a volatile manner that the EU, the euro, actually was born effectively or given life in that volatility. So it's really interesting because the last time that the US did this, an entirely new currency was taken from theoretical, which is the euro, into something that's practical and on the world stage. Now, bearing in mind, you've got BRICS coming up. There's the Chinese have been buying up gold so that they can at least half back their currency as a world currency, and the US is looking at the same sort of play that they did with Iraq at a time when the last thing the US wants is a new currency coming on the market, which basically causes US exported inflation to come crashing home overnight. The
The
Chinese will do that.
the pros don't outweigh the cons on this, and the thing is, this is very weird to get in. This is not like, Trump couldn't have thought this was smart, and did it violate the Constitution? Everybody keeps going to that. We're supposed to run stuff through Congress, regardless if we've been doing something forever or not. You're supposed to do that, not just like the big eight or whatever.
Everything has been stupid for America. but it's always been good for Israel. So if you put it yourself in terms of a purely Israeli perspective, which is let me destroy all the the vaguely up and coming industrial based nations around me so that I can be the number one economy and power in the region and no one can militarily threaten me, it's a perfect play for Israel. From
That's who
America.
supports it is either that or these evangelical, this
Well,
evangelical
that's
movement.
yeah, but where does all that come from? All that comes from, you follow the puppet strings back to the master. It's all Israel, and the only perspective is Israel. And if you speak a different perspective in America on a student campus, you get deported, beaten, or sent to jail. Yeah,
Anti-Semitic.
Or you
right.
get fired from the military, right? Like,
Well, even more
Hey
than
guys,
that.
we spent 20 years in Afghanistan, 20 years, and all those lives, and ended up handing it over to the Taliban and Bagram to the Chinese. So we've got to be really careful about this. And I don't know the strategy. Like I said earlier, I have a big question mark about everything. I'm not going to condemn our president yet, but I don't trust those around him, specifically Lindsey Graham, who, as Diligent pointed out, was salivating. So, we've got these neocons in place on both sides. Okay, that isn't a party thing. These elected corrupt representatives, let alone the unelected forever bureaucracy. That's the one you have to watch out for. That's the one somebody brought up, Victoria Nuland, who was involved in setting up Ukraine. We are the ones who put Zelensky in power, a coked out dictator who hasn't done anything positive for Ukraine. I'm not even going to get into the Russian side of that. So, yeah, we have to be real careful. And are we going to get all the truth and the information? Let's see. We didn't get it for Afghanistan. We didn't really. We didn't get it for Vietnam. Everybody who came out of these wars broken and harmed. And, every time we reach a near bankrupt, this country's $40 trillion in debt. Where the hell are we going to get the money to do a prolonged war? Oh, let me see. We're going to print it. That's right. Watch inflation go up with that. So, again, I am not going to put a black thumb down. I am just going to put a huge question mark. We're in day 4. Okay. So
People don't
let's see.
understand that, Miss Lou. That's the number one threat to our Constitution and Republic is that national deficit. Like that's the people can't. It's not good, and we don't have the money. And my thing is this, Miss Lou, that first one that we did, where we just like hit it with the bunker buster. Did they soften us up to mentally have people think that this was going to be like a weekend thing? It wasn't going to be that long. We're just gonna go in. This is a lot of people, and they're very proud, and they've been ready for this for a long time, and I don't think people really understand their geopolitics on this.
well, my concern, Coyote, is that that there is some truth to the munition stuff, right? And all of a sudden, we've run out of munitions, or our allies have run out of munitions to fight their missiles, and all of a sudden, our troops are sitting fucking ducks and getting killed and slaughtered over there.
Let's watch the F-bombs, please. I'm on YouTube. Thank you.
Sorry. And our troops are getting slaughtered over there because we can't do anything about it because we don't have the anti-air defense artillery to fight it anymore. And that's a huge concern for me, more than anything else at this point.
It doesn't make sense. None of this does. And
Well,
how is it not a war? Like,
the
I
only
don't get
way,
it, man.
yeah, they're just trying to downplay that part, Coyote. Good point. And I think the only perceivable benefit the Trump administration, or I guess you can call it the Epstein administration, gets from this is it changes the narrative on Epstein, right? Now we're all talking about Iran, but thankfully Diligent does have Epstein in the space. And the uniparty that Miss Lou brought up, we didn't get, she said, we didn't get all the information on Iraq. We didn't get it on Afghanistan. We didn't get it on Epstein either. And yet here's the next shiny thing that we're supposed to pay attention to. And everybody knows when you have trouble domestically, the best thing to do is to start a war abroad, right? Put the focus on that. And I would say the Trump administration was getting a lot of flack, obviously, for Epstein. And now we're not so focused on that. And again, Epstein was, if the speculation and the rumors were he was Mossad and CIA. This is pretty widely established now. And so what are we dealing with? We're dealing with Israeli-American forces starting this war. It was characterized in the interview that America, and Diligent pointed this out, started this war. Trump started this. And then they had to try to backtrack and downplay it as a conflict. So I think that's the only perceivable benefit is this narrative change for the United States. Obviously, the greater Israel agenda is going to be a huge benefit for Israel. So it just stinks to high heaven as this kind of uniparty, almost Epstein administration benefit.
Well, it's crazy
By
because
the
it's
way,
like
I have something for you guys, and I'll put it in the purple pill. This is from an Iranian who came into space earlier. Now, the other side of this is people who are begging for their freedom and support what's going on. So that's
Not
the
our
other
job to
side.
liberate people. Not our job.
No, I know that. I know, Dalton, I agree. But
establishment
I do want to put the website. So if you'd like to have some information about what those
Hold on, we
people are
got Mike
thinking,
Johnson speaking. Hold on, I'm sorry, we got it live, so I
no
want to
worries. I'll
listen
put it in the
to.
pill. I'll put it in the pill.
Thank you. Let me take it back a little bit. I want to hear what this chode has to say.
Go and kill them and do harm to Americans. And they were making it clear. Just listen to what Iran was saying. They were telling you what they wanted to do. And again, these are the same people that were chanting death to America because that is what they wanted to do with nuclear weapons. And that's why President Trump has made it clear you cannot have a world where Iran has a nuclear weapon because, yes, they're a threat to a lot of countries, especially in the Middle East region, but they're a direct threat to America, and they've killed Americans for decades, and they had no intention to stop. Even with diplomatic means, they had no intention of rolling back those plans. So President Trump is carrying out a very important mission that's making America safer. And we're praying for the safety and true effectiveness of this mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
I just wanted to say briefly that we had a full house tonight. I believe this is I think the third or fourth briefing that I've been to. It was Gang of 8, then we did Gang of 20, and now the full House was there. Many people attended. There were good questions. There was good exchange of information, and I was grateful for the briefers of giving yet another valuable amount of time to come and talk with the House. They made clear, and they've been very consistent from the beginning, that the objective, the mission here, the rationale for it is very clear and very simple. You've heard it articulated over and over and over from the President of the United States, from the Secretary of State, from the Secretary of War, myself, and many others who have said this over and over. I'm not sure why there are lingering questions about this. This is really a very simple matter. It's about the building of ballistic missiles. That's what Iran was engaged in. And they were doing it at a speed and at a scale that was exceeding the ability of our regional allies to respond appropriately. This created an imminent and serious threat. It also gave them cover to continue with their nuclear
Our
ambitions.
regional
As you know,
allies.
we
There's
tried
the
very
truth.
hard to
You just
negotiate
admitted
with
it.
them about that nuclear enrichment of uranium. We tried to talk with them about their continuing to fund their proxies, all the terrorist organizations that have wreaked havoc and killed Americans and American citizens. And the buildup of their missiles was so important and so serious that the President of the United States, this president, thought that it was a great enough threat that we needed to act. We had a narrow and unique opportunity, a window of opportunity to act, and if that window had passed, it would have been much more difficult for us to achieve the mission. The mission is very simple. It's twofold. We take out their ability to launch ballistic missiles and to produce ballistic missiles, and we
I call him
downgrade
Mike
their Navy.
No Johnson.
That's
Speaker
it.
No
That's what
Johnson.
we're doing. It's short in scope. It does not violate the law in any way. It was explained here very well. I'm a constitutional law attorney, used to litigate these questions. We had counsel from the DOJ here tonight who said very well, very clearly, fell just short of citing the specific case law, but explained that this has been the tradition for decades. The president is well within his constitutional authority to do what he has done, and it is entirely consistent with the history of former presidents for at least 4 decades. There's no question about this. The Democrats never had any question about it when Democrat presidents were using this authority. When you look at the analysis of the War Powers Act and the law that applies and the powers that are given to the Commander-in-Chief under Article 2 of the Constitution, President Trump has done exactly what he should do. He is squarely within the law. He used his discretion and his authority and the intelligence that he had, exquisite as it was, as is demonstrated by its effectiveness, and he did what he should have done as a commander-in-chief. The idea that a few colleagues here would try to move a war powers motion and resolution to the floor right now is dangerous. Imagine a scenario where Congress would vote to tell the commander-in-chief that he was no longer allowed to complete this mission. That would be a very dangerous thing. You see that Iran is firing almost seemingly indiscriminately at targets. They're trying to intimidate America. They're trying to test our resolve. And the idea that there's some members of this legislative body that would play along with that plays right into the hands of the enemy. And I think it's shameful. I do believe we have the votes to defeat it. I certainly hope we do, because we have lots of troops, service members in harm's way right now. And the balance of this thing is hanging there. It's been very effective thus far. It needs to be completed. We don't need Congress getting in the way of that. Yes, ma'am.
Based on what you heard. Thank you so much. Is there any indication of plans? Representative Scalise said he heard one. Democrats say they're not hearing one. What happens when the war ends? What does that look like? And then what does the day after look like?
Look, no one can yet determine with any degree of certainty how this will turn out. We have taken out in what appears to be top few layers of leaders and potential leaders who would take over there. It is time for the people of Iran to step up and seize this moment of opportunity for them, the one that they have long awaited, to have freedom there. We're encouraging that. We're hopeful for that. I think our NATO allies and our other allies around the world are watching with great anticipation and hope. I suspect that the entire world will reach out a hand of encouragement and assistance as is needed to help them. We have no ability to get into the nation building business. We don't do that. We're not the world's policemen. America has enough trouble of our own. But I think this is a great development for the people there to be able to stand on their own 2 feet and seize this moment of opportunity. We're certainly hopeful and prayerful that they will, and that no other innocent people are killed. Iran, by some estimates, murdered tens of thousands of their own citizens just within the last several weeks. Those people are now deceased. They do not have the ability to do that. There's still dangerous folks there, but there's more good people. There's more people who desire to have freedom and liberty, and there are terrorists and tyrants in the world. I'm grateful for that. This is their moment to step up, and I hope they will. Thank you.
Thanks, all right, just listening in there to Speaker Mike Johnson talking about exactly what was said during this briefing there on Operation Epic Fury inside of the U.S. Capitol building. Also, lawyers were in that.
Bro.
What?
That man right there took lead in the burning of a red cow. I have a hard time listening. I can't stand Mike Johnson, bro.
Hold on, we have more.
That the only question here, if you're worried about Iranians' ability to put together a nuclear weapon on a short time scale, is where is their stockpile of 60% enriched uranium? We have heard that they never had a plan, not last summer and not now, to destroy that, to seize it, or to put it under international inspection. And until that happens, Iran will be very, very close to making, as many, in a non-classified situation, many observers have pointed out, Iran can use that material to make a handful of Hiroshima-style nuclear devices. Not the sort you can put on a missile, but the sort you can deliver by a number of other ways and are very hard to stop. So I was very disappointed that we did not see a plan to put that material under control or destroy it.
Thank you.
But let me just say this.
Lawmakers stepping up here on Live Now from Fox from the U.S. Capitol building.
I'll start off by just saying this. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. There's no plans. What happens afterwards? There's no plans. What was planned to get Americans out of the way that are still stuck there? There's no plan. We have not learned the lessons of the past. What we see continuing here is, number one, we had 1 hour for members of Congress to ask questions, when all they have ever had was 2 meetings with the Gang of 8 and 1 meeting with the Gang of 12 or 18 or whatever it was. That's it. 1 hour that they wanted to cut short and tell members to ask a question in 1 minute. No hearings. in the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've asked the chairman of the committee over and over again, can you bring administration officials in? None. No citing, and no one allowed to talk to Stephen Witkoff or Jared Kushner to ask them about the negotiations that were supposed to be taking place. In fact, it seems as though this was pre-planned all along, because when you hear Prime Minister Netanyahu says this has been planned months ago. And then when you hear time after time, meeting after meeting, it switches on why the war started when it started. Because there was clearly no imminent threat to the United States of America. So here we are again, without answers. Here we are again, without complete transparency. Here we are again, trying to go around Congress, which is why tomorrow's vote on War Powers resolution is tremendously important, because we don't have a king, and we're not a parliament. We're the Congress that stated that only the Congress can declare war. And everyone in the room and other places says this is a war. You know, initially, one point they were saying this was not a war, so you can get around the war powers. Well, the president says it's a war. The secretaries are saying it's a war. Everyone is saying it is a war. They called what took place on the 12-day war. Come to Congress, answer our questions, and put the case to the American people. Convince and let the American people know what took place and why. I've been here a long time. I was here in 2003. At least George W. Bush. Colin Powell went before the committee. He went before the UN. George Bush went before all of the people of the United States over and over and over again, trying to convince them that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. At that time, I looked, because I had access, truth of the matter is there was times I could just call somebody in the administration. They didn't call me down to the White House. They came to my office to try to convince me on what it was. I did not see a nexus. They did the same thing with Afghanistan. And this time they convinced me that there was a connection to 9/11. This administration, the Trump administration, is doing everything that they can not to tell the American people the real reason why it was absolutely necessary to go to war when they went to war.
What do you think the real reason is, Congressman? What do you think the real reason is why now?
Well, my thing is, as far as diplomacy is concerned, it never was really on the table. I think that what Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, this was planned months ago. That's what he said. So I think that President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, decided a month ago or more that this is what they were going to do. Now, without telling anyone or having the reasons to be able to explain, but I think that, I know on President Trump's side, he thinks that he can do whatever he wants to do and take us into war after war. I mean, I think there's 6 or 7 times already where he's utilized the military. He acts like it's his toy, and then he talks about it. You know, he's at a ceremony honoring people, and he starts talking about curtains and him doing the, fixing the, I think it's gaudy what he's doing, the White House. Our young men and women, lives are on the line. The hardest vote for me since I've been in Washington, D.C., is to vote to decide whether or not our men and women should go into battle. Not joke about it and talk about curtains. It's serious. But do you see how he plays with it and seemingly don't take it serious about the seriousness and the lives of the men and women in our military who, I might add, they're great. They do their job. They're focused on this country, and they will do whatever the commander-in-chief tells them to do. So I admire them. They deserve to know why we're in this war at this time. They deserve to know.
Did you hear any indication in the briefing from the secretaries whether they're willing or ready to put boots on the ground in Iran?
I'm not going to talk about anything specifically in that regards. Since we were in the class, I'm giving you what not what was said in there, but I'm telling you what I got out of it and what I feel as a result of not only what took place in there today, but what has taken place from the time that we've been in this war. Because I hear different rationales. It's regime change one day. It's because Israel was going to strike and then they were going to retaliate against us another day. It's because the president decided it just was time to go another day. It's because there was an imminent threat another day. Each day, sometimes twice a day, the rationale for doing this changes. That tells me it is not serious, and they're not talking straight to the American people on something that is life and death. You're just, and what the results are going to be. We had this battle, my Republican colleagues, all for the previous last 2 years on Afghanistan. We've been there for 20 years, and they talked about the death of individuals, of our soldiers, et cetera, and wanted to make sure that we went in depth and tried to blame everything on President Biden at the time. In fact, that's all he does now, is say Biden, Biden, Biden. This is his presidency. This is his war that he's created. And he's got to stand up, and he's going to be held accountable for it.
President Obama bombed countries.
I'm going to add just a few comments. I'm Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury of the Oversight Committee, and I just want to directly respond to what the Speaker just said to the press, which is that Congress should stay out of it. My response is, Mr. Speaker, have you read the United States Constitution? Because the U.S. Constitution is clear that the power to declare war squarely sits with Congress. And it is very clear that this administration has not put forward a viable argument for why the U.S. should be declaring war on Iran and why it has deployed military resources without congressional authorization. So let me amplify a few things that Ranking Member Meeks has put forward. First of all, has this administration provided a viable legal theory of why we should be going to war with Iran? No. Has this administration put forward a credible piece of evidence as to why there was an imminent threat that meets a legal threshold for attacking Iran? No. Can they explain what their post-conflict plan is for rebuilding and stabilizing the region? No. Can they explain whether and how the breakdown in diplomatic efforts occurred? No. Can they explain why they hit a school full of school children and murdered over 100 school children? No. And can they explain how they plan to stop the loss of U.S. service members? No. In fact, as has already been stated publicly, they expect more deaths of American service members. So the American people need to be demanding that Congress pass this war powers resolution. This is Congress's square responsibility, and we are not going to allow this administration to continue to act illegally, unconstitutionally, and without the designated authority to do what it is doing. So thank you very much.
All right, just listening in there to different lawmakers speaking out on Capitol Hill following this briefing. As we continue to follow it, we're hearing from different lawmakers. And
all right, I'm eating you guys. That's why I turned my camera off. Let's go to Cos Mike, and then we'll go to Noah and Raul Castillo.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I think they're just doing their standard stuff, right? They're just arguing the standard party line stuff. No surprise there. I think the most important thing is whether or not Trump's going to be able to hold to the short time frame. I think that's really what's going to make or break this whole thing. And ultimately, I hope he's able to accomplish his goals. And I think that if he does accomplish his goals, it will help us learn a lot more about how things are operating in the world, meaning we'll have a better understanding of how some other nations react to this kind of a situation, right? Because I think that if we do have success, then I think Israel's going to have to pivot their policies or their goals, and I think there can be significant change on their side. I think also if we have peace in the region, because I think one of the things you might want to ask Grok is what percentage of the what percentage of
How
the
is this peace? How is this peace?
ask Grok what percentage of the Iranian people support this particular conflict, and
There's no way to know
I think
that. Come on, bro.
they'll give you some
Come on.
insight.
Yeah, they're
Come
called
on.
monarchs, bro.
Ask Grok the question.
They're monarchs. I know exactly who they are. They attacked my account because I don't even know what the hell they were for a minute. But it's the same as these fundamentalists who you like that Burbis Christians over here in America. There's no need to be in the war if your best interest is in America. I haven't talked to one. That's the beautiful thing. Like diligent people that live by the Constitution and understand how broke we are and care about America and saw that when we had Afghanistan. Why did we go to Iraq? I always tell myself, if we had had AI and all that, we wouldn't have done that. We wouldn't have allowed that. Now people are cheering it on, but it's only specific people that really, it feels like they don't care about it. I don't want to test. Like, let's see what the other nations do. It's not an experiment. It's just like these are people that are going to die and then kill themselves after the suicide for these veterans when they found out that they went to a war for basically a rich man's bidding is sickening. And that, like I said, that man, Mike Johnson, if you're a Christian, okay, he literally did like let a cow out. He was overseeing on it. It's very weird. And that's the whole thing. They utilize this and they diligent. I'm serious on that establishment clause. I think they're using this religious aspect to it because that's what I'm seeing. I don't know, bro, but it doesn't make any sense. Anybody can't make sense. They didn't attack us. They weren't going to. I think our CIA said they weren't going to. Just don't get it. Like it's like somebody help me make sense of it. Everybody wants to comment down there, and I see Diligence Pill, but come up and explain, like make some sense. Like, hey, this is why we should go to war. It's going to do this, this, that, this, and it's going to make your life better, and your kids' life better, and your grandchild's life better. It's not going to kill them or anything like that. We do great with regime changes, you know.
We don't know that. That remains to be seen. There's a lot of people here who shouldn't be here. If you have your hand up, jump in. Go ahead, Noah.
Just 60 seconds to remind the space that the leading cause of death amongst our soldiers is suicide. So I just want to say that there's never been another time where our young American soldier is more informed than right now. And imagine being a young soldier that's signed up because Trump was voted into office and he promised us no new more wars and he promised us peace. And now you're headed back over to the Middle East with a never ending war. And if you're in the Navy, you've just been promised that you're going to be escorting maritime transport of oil and other goods through the Strait of Hormuz. And then on top of that, if you're a Marine or you're in the Army, you're getting promises of a ground invasion in Iran, a topography of hills, woods, mountains, making success impossible. I don't know about morale because they won't report on it, but I bet it's at an all-time low. So again, just pray for our soldiers, everybody.
I find it interesting that Speaker Johnson says the two main reasons that we decided to invade Iran was because of their navy. It was their navy, their growth in their navy, and their missile production, right?
Ballistic missile development. Yep.
Ballistic missile development. In those two reasons, for those two reasons, what about those two reasons makes an imminent threat on the United States of America? Neither of those are legitimate threats, imminent threats on the United States of America. Okay, Johnson didn't mention anything about any further production of uranium, right? made no further production of anything nuclear. And you have all of these grifters out on the internet saying, oh, they were they were getting close to 80 or above 80 or whatever, right? They're talking about how they can make 5 nuclear bombs and blah, blah, blah. No, none of it. That was not what Speaker Johnson said. We have been lied to and conned yet again, and it's coming out in different news sources now that they gave us bullshit reasoning to do to take the actions that they did with Israel.
It's not just that.
It's obvious.
Yeah, it's like they lie, but they went against the will of we the people, and they didn't go to like through the proper channels. But here, look, 1992. 1996, 2002, 2009, 2010, 2012, 2000, what is that? Yeah, that's post 2012. And then 2020 through 2025, as Netanyahu's openly statements that we are months away from Iran having nuclear weapons when they were allowing inspections. That's the thing. I just don't get how people don't see that, how big that is. Israel does not allow us to do inspections. They didn't sign the treaty. They said no. They don't acknowledge that they have Dimona, which you could see from Google satellites. But still, we want to go over there. Okay, we're going to end up doing all the legwork. They're going to back out over there a little bit, and they're going to wait till Iran doesn't have some kind of, because that's the thing about it. Ayatollah, whatever you think about him, I don't really care because I'm not into the business of changing people's religion and stuff like that. But the whole thing is he kept it down, just like Syria. He held it down. Now these people are radical, like they're wild. They don't have any leadership, and they've been highly controlled. So that's what they're hoping on, so that they can just ravage through them without any leadership. But we're going to take the hit again and again. And it's like, how many times does it take for people to say, like, hey, something's not right? What is causing this decision making in America? Think about it.
Yeah, also, I think the Epstein files, after reading the Epstein files, if you're not radicalized by the Epstein files, then, something's wrong with you. Because when I read the Epstein files with some of the stuff that was in the Epstein files, I was disgusted, and I don't give a fuck about what, any foreign nation. We
Let's
got
watch the
predators in
F-bomb,
our
please. I'm
country.
on YouTube. Thank you.
Sorry. I don't care about what happens to Iran, which is like 1,000, 5,000 miles away. We got traitors within our borders. We got traitors within our government. Nobody's getting prosecuted. Some of that stuff in the Epstein files is I can't even imagine it's that bad. It's beyond imagination. It's that bad. And nobody's getting arrested. There's no investigations, and people don't care. Nobody's protesting. Nobody's out there asking questions. Nobody. It's pretty, like I said, dying for Israel is like dying for the Epstein Island.
Exactly. That's well put, brother. Because I think it reframes this whole narrative that Congress is trying to push this War Powers Restriction Act, right? And what it really looks like is it's feckless, right? And so if they pass it, Trump can just veto it, which would require a supermajority for them to override that, which is just highly unlikely. So it just seems like they're bloviating. It just seems like an exercise in uselessness. Look how they handled the Epstein files. They got a bunch of papers with black redactions all over them. They're powerless. And if anything, that's at best. They're implicated at worst. And I would tend to think that they're implicated. And if you look at what's happening in Iran, let's say we obviously got rid of the Ayatollah Khamenei. We got rid of, a lot of the leadership. We blew up their new council trying to pick the new leadership. Who's to say, like the Libya we brought up earlier, who's to say that leadership won't be even more radical? We're supposedly eliminating a threat without troops on the ground, without carefully guiding this into what's essentially a vassal state of the United States. This could be worse, and they still could proliferate. They still could not play ball. So, I mean, to say that it's just a couple days, like I think Harmony and Intelligent mentioned this earlier, it's like flatten the curve with COVID. It's totally analogous. We'd have to really be there, troops on the ground, boots on the ground. It's really a bad situation, and I think we're headed down this path. And it could, again, ignite a more regional conflict, which then could, break out to an even greater, broader conflict, depending on what happens. And there's rumors about how there's talk from the Pentagon or whatever. There's reports. I think the Daily Mail just released something that this is an Armageddon narrative being pressed from on high, And so, what are they really planning? The fact that they're not telling Congress their objectives, they're not being detailed according to what Congress is saying, Schumer and others, that the president and his staff are not necessarily briefing them any more than they're briefing the American people. And so it's kind of Epstein all over again.
Separations of power. My thing is this: the foreign countries are laughing at us because they see us not going by the not going by the Geneva Code, not doing these things that we're America. We should be like leading by example and stuff. And what is getting us in this thing that makes 0 sense? We're all smart enough to. We have the information. We know exactly what's going on. We know exactly how long they've been trying to get us in here. We know these people don't hold each other accountable for Epstein file. They didn't come out. The redactions weren't right. They broke the law, and nobody's getting held accountable. Our kids see this. That's what bothers me. How are they going to grow up?
Hey, you guys, for 1 minute, don't think. Both sides of the aisle, they're screaming about having the War Powers Act, and we need to decide. Every single one of those people in the government is making money on the war machine. Don't kid yourself. It's like all of them were being paid by Big Pharma. Every single one of them. So don't think. There may be a few exceptions. Okay, I should be careful about hyperbole. But understand that our government is run and paid for by the war machine. We are in an industrial military complex economy.
And that's what
What's happening?
that's what
You can't be eating on the microphone, Miss Ray. I love you, but you can't be
Oh,
eating
I'm
on the
sorry.
microphone.
Oh my God, I'm so
But
sorry.
but the court of public opinion still, you guys. I mean, many of us that have been posting our misgivings about this war, and certainly that it was not provoked. I don't care what anybody says, and of course, those of us that voted for Trump because we really thought this would be, this would be the end to our constant involvement in endless wars. We haven't been radicalized, no. Yet this is what we're being told, and I think, guys, this is just my prediction. I did predict Dill's poll pretty closely the other day that he put out, so I was kind of proud of that. But I do believe that if we start getting reports, and I don't believe that we're being told the whole story, not for 1 second. I don't really believe that the number of the dead body toll that we're given is accurate. I don't believe it. I'm sorry, you guys, but I believe that if it becomes harder to hide, that if the United States is not faring well and this is not going well, you are going to see the people that are cheering it on or supporting it turn on their heels quickly. I think that they were banking on the belief that, we're so strong that we would just go over and crush Iran, even if they didn't agree with the war or why we got into it. They were cool with it because they thought we're just going to take care of business. But if that doesn't happen, I think we're going to see a huge, the pendulum will swing in a serious way. And those of us who've been asking questions will once again be vindicated.
100%. And I think the main issue is, to your point, that people aren't aware. They're not integrating the full story. They're not looking at Epstein. That's why it's so important. Guys, share the space if you haven't already, because it's this type of tilt and looking at it through the lens of Epstein that makes all of this connect. And a lot of people are looking at the Iran war in isolation. And I like how diligent and so many amazing speakers who you should definitely hit the notification on, follow, reshare the space. If you're not subscribed to Diligent on YouTube, we got to get speakers like him and hosts like him and so many others who want to focus on it through the right lens out there, because the American people aren't going to see it. They're not necessarily going to turn on their heels, as you framed it, if they don't understand the full context. The speaker earlier brought up Epstein and how are we not radicalized by so many people, whether it's through cognitive dissonance, they don't want to look at Epstein. It's the fact that reversalism, which is a CIA tactic that has people kind of dissociate and shut down when they actually reveal the truth, is exactly the opposite of what they believed formerly. They tend to disassociate, they tend to shut down. So this is a psychological social engineering game being played by intelligentsia, right? And so I think it's important to share the space, and I wanted to just add that notion.
Yeah, and if you look at the Epstein emails, there's an email that goes out after Libya was taken out, right? Like after Gaddafi was taken out, where he says, where's the gold? Because Gaddafi had a bunch of gold. He stockpiled gold as a hedge for oil sales, and Epstein's like, where's the gold? We need to get the gold, right? Imagine this guy who's a high school dropout, literally talking to like the top people in the world, 1%, presidents, prime ministers, royalty, billionaires. And this guy, and they don't care. They don't want to investigate him. And there's this story or email where it says about this girl who said that she believes that Jesus will protect her if something happened to her. And what they did to that girl, man, that's like that's like Saw Part 5 or something. It's psychotic. And we're not investigating that. We're not prosecuting that. Our society is fucked.
I would say to get on the hook because I'm with you. It's like, but 2 weeks ago, it's a relative deprivation theory. I saw that and it made me feel better. Maybe it's because I want to or whatever. Because I get that same kind of thing too. Because I don't understand how people are mad. I don't understand how we're not doing something like doing something because that's what people should want. It's sickening or whatever. But you go through these phases of like you have the something's not right. Then you have the like our government's corrupt. We pointing fingers at everything but us. Then we kind of accept like things are hopeless. And then a trigger comes, and then you go from like nothing to gain and it's hopeless to nothing to lose. And that's what I'm hoping happens soon.
So I just reposted this Daily Mail article. I thought people were joking, or, I thought it was like uncorroborated. It is Daily Mail. I do want to take a look at it. This claim that Trump's commanders, quote, I'm quoting now, Trump's commanders tell troops to prepare for Jesus' return and issue chilling Armageddon prophecy. What
I'm
is
so
going
sure.
on?
You're
You know what's
What
retarded.
is
interesting, Diligent,
what
is
is what
Jamie.
is what is going on here? Uh, this weird, like, faux Christian or Fox Christian or fake Christian revival that's being forced by our government right now is like the most blasphemous shit ever, bro. We have Don Huffine saying that we're gonna do construction on Zorro Ranch as people are begging him to let children's bodies be searched for. He's gonna do construction in the name of Jesus, and construction destroys evidence, by the way. And then we have Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, everything in the name of God. And it feels so disingenuous. It feels so blasphemous what's happening right now. That's the vibe I get from this. I want to read this to the space. I don't usually read stuff that's not corroborated, but I feel compelled to at least read the article. So this has not been proven. This is on my timeline. It's I just reposted it. I will open it up and we'll read it out loud. Okay, quote, Donald Trump's commanders have been accused of, now this is, pay attention to the words, accused of telling troops that the war with Iran is part of God's plan for Armageddon. The Military Religious Freedom Foundation, I'm going to need to look more into these guys' agenda. A nonprofit civil rights watchdog said it received 110 complaints from troops since the war broke out Saturday. The complaints span more than 40 different units across 30 military sites. First reported on veteran journalist Jonathan Larson's Substack. I'm going to need to look into him as well. We'll add that in there. A non-commissioned officer wrote to the MRFF Monday that his combat unit commander had claimed Trump was, quote, anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth, end quote. If this is true, that is fucked up, bro. That is messed up. That is not good. It says this, quote, he urged us to tell our troops this was all part of God's divine plan. And he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation, referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ, the NCO said. The NCO, anonymized by MRFF, said that they were writing on behalf of 15 others, including 11 Christians, a Muslim, and a Jew. The troops are currently outside of the Iran theater, but are on quote unquote ready support status, meaning they could be deployed at any time. The NCO said that their commanders' comments, quote, destroy morale and unit cohesion and are in violation of the oaths we swore to support the Constitution. The Establishment Clause, like Coyote was saying, it's strictly against it. A White House official denied that the commanders were giving orders based on end time scripture, adding that the war had three aims: destroy Iran's missiles, munitions, industry, and navy. So we're going to have Grok look at this and we'll have it. I wanted to look into these. I want to see how credible these organizations are, real quick. So let me do that. And then we'll go from there. Oh, Grok, you disappoint me. You guys can see it, watch along if you want on YouTube, share that out. But I want Grok to look into this. I was going to end the space. I have a link for the subscriber space up in the Jumbotron. I think I'll go until 8 o'clock. So we'll give it another hour. The subscriber space, if you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. I had a subscriber community hijack happen last week. I'm not sure how bad the fallout is from that. It's fucked my account all up and my Epstein coverage. So if you want to support what I'm doing, turn all notifications on for my profile, share my Epstein content. I don't ask you to share anything else, but if it's Epstein or Charlie Kirk related, please like, share, comment, and bookmark. Get that moving. And then if you never want to miss the space that I host, turn all notifications on for my X profile, turn the bell icon on for YouTube, and share the YouTube channel with people who aren't on X. That way we can spread our reach beyond just X. So, and subscribe over there. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Coyote and then I'll read this out.
So it goes like, I mean, the way they'll justify it is they're probably talking about you got like the book of Ezekiel. It's 38 if I'm not mistaken, but it's kind of like that. That's how they describe like the Iran today. But Persia was ancient. They don't mention that. And like these are different times. It wasn't, northern Iran, the geographical dirt, like, me and Honey was talking about that. Like these words, nation and stuff. Like if you look at the historical content, like what it was a nation in Hebrew or Greek, and that's real important right now.
That's a mute glitch. That's a mute glitch. While we're waiting, we're gonna have Grok. Grok, repeat your last response.
Hold. Conducting audit. Anonymous complaints alleging U.S. commanders told troops the Iran war is God's divine plan for Armageddon. Evaluated narrative. Alternative/crowdsourced claim. MRFF plus Jonathan Larson Substack, March 2-3, 2026. That commanders in 40-plus units across 30-plus bases, every branch, said Trump is anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran, and the war fulfills Revelation Armageddon. Final confidence score, 41%. Low. Key evidence boosts, plus 8%. Multiple independent secondary sources, Guardian, HuffPost, Military.com, MRFF site, citing 100 to 200-plus complaints from NCOs, some on behalf of 15-plus troops. Applied anomaly penalties, negative 30%, complete absence of Tier 1 primaries, no audio, no named officers, no DoD
Grok,
logs
I
or
want you to
manifests.
look into the organization that reported it and the journalist for political bias and credibility.
Digging into MRFF and Jonathan Larson. Bias check incoming. Yeah, let's break it down straight. The org behind this, Military Religious Freedom Foundation, MRFF, founded by Mikey Weinstein in 2005. It's a nonprofit focused on fighting religious coercion in the military. Mostly complaints about evangelical favoritism, proselytizing, or Christian nationalism pushing into ranks. They've got over 84,000 clients, active, vets, etc. Filed lawsuits against DoD, won some big ones, like getting crosses removed from VA lobbies or stopping forced prayers. Credibility? Solid on paper. Charity Navigator gives them 96%, transparent finances. But bias? Heavy lean left, anti-Christian right. Weinstein's a former Air Force lawyer, Jewish, loud critic of fundamentalist Christianity in uniform. Critics? Mostly conservative sites. First Liberty Institute call him anti-Christian, say he harasses believers, overreaches, like trying to ban Bibles or strip freedom. He fires back. It's about separation of church-state, not hating anyone. 95% of his clients are Christians, not Christian enough. Accusations fly both ways. No major scandals, but he's polarizing. Seen as crusader by allies, bully by foes. Journalist, Jonathan Larson. Veteran producer, MSNBC, TYT, Dan Rather, Maddow, Olbermann. Left-leaning background. TYT's progressive, focuses on rigged systems, power abuse. His Substack's impartial reporting, no speculation, but he runs a snarky fucking news side gig. Credible? Execs like Rather call him world-class. Fair. Bias? Leans anti-establishment, anti-right, exy, Trump coverage, but sticks to sources. Here, it's all MRFF anonymous complaints, no primaries. Story spread fast, Guardian, HuffPost, but skeptics say single source, Weinstein, anonymous, no DoD pushback beyond denial. Overall, MRFF's agenda-driven, pro-secular, anti-evangelical push, but not fake. Larson's solid reporter, but his lens tilts progressive. Claims low confidence without audio, names, could be real morale hit or amplified outrage. Distraction? Maybe. Fits religious fanatics' narrative. But if true, it's bad for cohesion. Want deeper on Weinstein's past cases or Larson's old pieces?
What are the legal implications if what they're saying is true?
Checking legal side? Serious if true. If true, meaning commanders in official briefings push this Armageddon script, tying the Iran war to Revelation, Trump's anointing, and Jesus' return, that's a major legal red flag. Here's the breakdown, based on DoD rules, Constitution, and UCMJ. First off, Establishment Clause violation, First Amendment. Military can't endorse or coerce religion. It's government action. DoD Instruction 1300.17, Religious Liberty Policy, bans using rank to advance beliefs if it messes with cohesion, discipline, or mission. Proselytizing by superiors? That's coercion by definition. Subordinates can't just walk away without risking insubordination. Felony level under UCMJ. Courts use a coercion test. If it feels forced, it's unconstitutional. This fits. Briefings are mandatory, ranks involved, no opt-out. UCMJ hits Article 133, conduct unbecoming an officer. If officers, this could nail 'em. Undermines good order, discredits service. Precedents show slaps for proselytizing. Example, reserve major got admin punishment for political and religious shares. Article 134, general article, covers anything prejudicial to discipline, like religious pressure destroying morale. Complainants say it does. Article 90 or 92, disobeying unlawful orders. But flip side, if troops resist this preaching, they could get hit for insubordination. Catch 22. Consequences, IG ethics complaints. Fastest path, troops file, chain investigates. Could lead to reprimand, loss of command, or court-martial, rare but possible for blatant cases. No jail time unless escalated, mostly career killers. Demotion, forced retirement, bad discharge. Civil suits, tough. Military immunity shields a lot, but MRFF pushes for DoD probes.
Mimi, are you going to be going over to the front to fight in the Iran war?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you ready to go fight? You going to go liberate the Iranians?
Well,
You
I'm
ready?
just trying to talk Trump into giving y'all. Well, I'm talking about Iran. We're gonna give y'all back measuring tape, but not right now. Not right
Measuring
now.
tape.
And yeah, just to measure your waist and stuff. Cause y'all, listen, y'all the ones that try to kill my president. And I'm talking. When I say y'all, I'm talking about Iran. Yeah, you did some things that destroyed, or you tried it. So we gotta live in it. So he's alive, and now I get to conquer, and I'm like, nope. I'm telling Trump, at least get him some measuring tape. Let him, like, I'm talking about Iranians. All right?
Mimi, you been at the FBA spaces?
I'm sorry?
You been over at the FBA spaces or something?
Foundation of Black Americans? Fuck no.
Yeah.
Nope. Because they still trying to convince me to vote for Jasmine Crockett. Ain't got time for that shit. But anyways, measuring tape, hips, jeans. When y'all hear that, I just want to be honest. I'm so excited. When they get a pair of jeans, we won. Forward. Now, Trump
Yeah,
wants y'all to pick.
when you see
No,
him
no, no,
wearing
no, no.
jeans,
Hold on.
when you
I'm
see
just
him
talking about.
wearing jeans, you'll know that they won. You'll see him. Thank you, Mimi. That's as much as I can
We
go
love
with
you,
it.
Mimi.
Yep. Yeah. So there is an important aspect of this, which is something that she did allude to, right? Which is, as she reminded me of, I knew that they were narrative building against Iran when Trump was shot in Butler, right? When they said, without giving us any evidence, when a white man was immediately taken out for shooting Trump, who was scrubbed, and we still haven't had all the answers for, and they were blaming Iran for it. I was like, well, that's weird. Like, how many? They don't say how Iran is responsible. Like this white young man from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania, from rural Pennsylvania, who is a straight A student and incredibly intelligent. Uh, you're not going to highlight how he's linked to Iran, how Iran was responsible. You're just going to say Iran is responsible. That makes me feel like the intelligence agencies and the deep state were planning this shit as far back as then. Right? That's what it makes me feel like, that this has been carried out for a long time, and that there's surface level maneuvers that have been carried out that we can see, to make it stick, and pre-positioning, if you will. That's my speculation, my tinfoil, I guess. Um, Obviously, there has been, whether you want to
Accurate.
say who's responsible, but Trump was previously anti-Iran war. He gets shot in Butler, and then all of his policies changed after he got shot in Butler. Everything that he was opposed to previously has changed. The Epstein files coming out, the Iran war, natural or granting amnesty to illegals. Right? He used to be a hardliner in his first term about deporting people. Now it's deport the bad ones. I noticed little changes in the language. A lot changed after he was shot in Butler, and I would argue that a lot of that is the result of, well, like I said, what some weird maneuvering. Charlie Kirk's taken out. He's the strongest opposition voice on the right, the most influential opposition voice on the right, the one who has the most. I see you guys asking for Hillary. I'll do the Hillary thing tomorrow, I think. I'm sticking to the topic tonight. So maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it in a subscriber space. But anyways, there is been some strategic moving on the right and in conservative circles and within Republican politics that preempted all of this. Him being shot, then blaming Iran, even though there was no evidence of Iran. Numerous times they were blaming Iran over the last year for Butler, and then with no evidence. And then what happened to Charlie Kirk? Just 6 months ago, not even 6 months ago, 5 months ago. Uh, It's very, very indicative of pre-war posturing. You know, getting your chessboard pieces in chess. You have a good chess player operates 3 moves ahead. And so I have 3 variations of responses or preemptive positioning of my pieces when I'm ready to execute or carry out an attack on my opponent. This has been like that. I mean, obviously more than three moves, but this is much like that, where we see preemptive posturing, narrative building, and vilifying leading up in the year to Iran. I'm surprised they didn't try to tie Iran into Charlie Kirk's assassination at this point. You know, I was waiting for them to start blaming some foreign country. I heard some people blaming a foreign country. We won't say who, but you know, it didn't stick. So I think that the intelligence agencies have done a good job of, well, not really a good job because people aren't buying it. I don't know. The propaganda doesn't seem to be working that well anymore. People aren't really buying this shit anymore. I'm not buying it. I don't buy that this war is necessary right now. You know, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but you can see the poll up in the jumbotron I took yesterday. MAGA. Who does this Iran war serve the most? Out of 4,303 votes, 92% said Israel. 8% said the USA. 8% out of 4,000 people think that it serves us. People are not buying it anymore. It's not going to work. People don't care. Um, People who believe this and things like this, we're in trouble. Oh gosh. Someone posted a flyer at a Trump event or somewhere, and the flyer says this, or it's a book. Quote, President Donald Trump, the Son of Man, the Christ, by Helgard Muller. People don't. That's blasphemous as hell. Y'all shouldn't be getting a lot. Don't be getting down with that. Don't be getting down with that. All right, we're gonna go to the rest of these hands, and then we're going to wrap it up. Go ahead, Coyote, and then Doctor Strange and Immersion.
I don't know if I got like if it went through last time. I think it knocked me down because somebody down there's got a little tool or whatever. But anyway, I really urge people because you got like look into this. The propaganda is thick, bro, and it's amazing to watch how it works on people. Because I'm hearing people that don't like Muslims telling me how we need to go change the Muslims. I got to say that again because it still astonishes me. And they're neocons. They love Mark Rubio all of a sudden, and like like it's not conservative. Like none of this is conservative at all. Like violating the Constitution, however you want to look at it. I can name 3 ways, but we got to kind of come to this realization and diligent. That story I just looked it up. It's got a lot to that right there. And I'm looking at what Franklin Graham Ministries put out. This is very coordinated, and I agree with you on the whole. That time over there in Butler, because CNN. I mean, that was the first time and only time that they went live. It was just a very, very, very kind of known thing. It's coming to a head. But Charlie, I listened to your post today on Charlie Kirk, and I watched the whole thing, and he talked about isolationism. And I wish that people, I wish he was still here so he could tell us right now. You need to look into what an isolation is. It doesn't mean you can't do trade.
Did we lose him?
I think we did.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
We got him again. Go ahead, Doctor Strange.
Hi, Diligent. Thanks for hosting this space. I appreciate it and giving me the mic. I'm going to make 3 quick points. Hopefully, they'll be quick, and hopefully, they'll provide some insight into this. First, if we take a look at the economics of what's happening right now, because of this war, the energy prices in Europe has risen 35 to 40%, because most of the energy that they consume comes from the Middle East, specifically Qatar with liquefied natural gas. They supply 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. So they're right now really feeling this. UK, some of the other European countries. In addition, you guys already know this, the insurance on transports have skyrocketed. It got so bad that the US had to actually step in and announce that they're gonna, back support the all these ships. Otherwise, you would have had a disaster. I still think it's a disaster, but leaving that aside, there are two refineries that have been hit, and these refineries are not easy to recreate or fix. There's one in Qatar and one in Saudi, and this will have an impact on the global oil supply, which will cause, again, lead to inflations. Now, the interesting thing is that the refineries that were hit in Saudi, the Iranians said we didn't do it, and then they caught two Israeli agents, both the Qataris and the Saudis caught Israeli agents, Mossad agents, who had bomb making material trying to blow up stuff. So the Israelis are trying to basically pit the Gulf countries against Iran, so this way they can have others fight their war. Uh, Surprise, surprise. The Indians are mad because they're no longer getting the oil that they need because the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and they need that oil and the liquefied natural gas for their fertilizers because it's agricultural season. And now that they can't get that, they have to buy their agriculture at a premium, and they're pissed at the U.S. because they have to buy it from the U.S. in that regards. Trump announced that all trade is cut off with Spain. Um, Spain provides us with equipment for military equipment, a number of other specialty chemicals. So now that's cut off. And if you were to, I would love to hear Grok on this. If we were to assess how much we've spent in the past few days or past few weeks of moving all those ships into that area, it's well into the hundreds of billions of dollars because we've had what 2,000 or 3,000 bombs dropped on Iran already. Each one of those bombs could easily be, at least 500,000 each, the overall cost. So this results, all of this taken into consideration, you're looking at potential hyperinflation if this continues. And in addition, a lot of our allies are looking at the US as saying, the US is no longer a reliable partner. We need to go create our own, other partnerships, trade partners. And this kind of lures a lot of them into the Chinese influence and trap. So that's the economic front. On the military front, and I'll be really quick on this, the Chinese and the Russians are sharing satellite intelligence with the Iranians, and they're able to pinpoint, attack US military bases in Israel with pinpoint accuracy. And according to Colonel McGregor, I don't know if anybody watched his interview, he said that Iran, considering the amount of attack that we've launched at them, they're faring very, very well in compared to what was expected. They're still up and running. They're still sending the rockets. And this is after some 4,000 bombs that have been dropped on them. Some of these are Tomahawk missiles, so it's not just bombs. These are a lot of them, I would say, are Tomahawk missiles and other types of missiles. And they're still intact, and they've got thousands of drones that they can use for God knows how many months, if not years. And lastly, domestically, and I hate to break it to anybody who is a conservative, and a supporter of MAGA, you've lost the midterm. Because of what has happened, because Netanyahu has used the Trump administration like toilet paper, it will cause a complete annihilation in the midterms, and the Democrats are going to come in and take over, and then they're going to pursue censorship. And then guess what? Netanyahu is going to turn around and use the Democrats for their own nefarious purposes. So And then whatever agenda that Trump had for the next 3 years is also lost because once the Congress is taken over by Democrats, they're going to try to impeach him. They're never going to, they're going to basically stranglehold him for the next 3 years for any of his agenda. He's not going to see the light of day once the Democrats take over. So all in all, you can thank Bibi Netanyahu for this shit because now we know with the own admission of um, Rubio that we did this specifically for Israel because his logic, I mean, the logic still is outrageous, but he specifically admitted that this was to basically support an ally such as Israel. So I'll end it there. I just hope we can wake up. I'll say one more thing, and I'll end with this. I apologize for the long-winded talk. I'm not asking you to like or love Muslims or Islam, but know full well that your fear and hate is being weaponized against you to ensure that these forever wars are pushed upon you at your detriment with your tax money. So if you want to, follow the next Jake Lang crap or the Valentina Gomez, both of whom went to the Israel and kissed the wall, and you know who's funding them. Feel free, but it's to your own detriment, and that's why for the past 30 years they've been able to push these forever wars at our own expense. So feel free, go for it. At this point, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's the issue, and it seems like they're trying to fool all of us, and they're good at it, and they're succeeding because they're using our emotions against us. Thanks. I'll end there.
Appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, Zensei or Emergent. I'm sorry, and then Zensei.
Yeah, I'll be short. I just think it's designed to topple a little bit of the leverage that the Saudis have, and that's where I'm focusing because we've lost the dollar race. I don't know why they keep kicking it down but it doesn't matter. The big guys got it. That's the only reason we don't have hyperinflation. If they didn't have all that wealth hoarded up, we would have hyperinflation. I guess. I don't know why we don't have the hyperinflation is what I'm saying. But you guys are on it. But if you look back at his first term, he had doubles. He had a lot of doubles. And, getting clipped right there in the back of I've seen animals get clipped and hit in the head. He'd act just like that. Fight. I mean, that could have been his last that could have been him, right there in front of us. That's what it looks like. I mean, you're not going to go blank out if it's a small caliper. You're going to live, and just to be able to, So I don't think it's really him or this stuff with the Epstein's he's really compromised. But mainly, I see it as attacking the Saudis indirectly, and that's why we had to have the assets in South America secured first, so we'd have that production ability. So yeah, it's been longly drawn out and executed. I guess we got hindsight now. We can put some of these trails together, and we're still off the rails all the way around. Thanks. That's all I got.
Thank you, Grok. I want you to revisit the Iran conspiracy behind the Butler assassination attempt on President Trump. And then I also want you to highlight every Iranian bad guy narrative we've seen in the news feed between now and the two Iranian operations under the new Trump administration.
Digging into Iran Butler links and recent Iran bad guy stories. Let's see what's real. Yeah, on the Iran conspiracy behind the Butler attempt. July 13th, 2024 rally in Pennsylvania. No direct link. The shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20, lone wolf per FBI, acted alone. Motive? Still unknown. No manifesto, no ties to Iran. Secret Service ramped up protection pre-rally due to intel on separate Iranian plots. IRGC linked, like the Asif merchant case. Pakistani guy, charged in 2024 for hiring hitmen, backed by Iran, targeting Trump. But Butler? Zero evidence. FBI says no foreign involvement. Crooks had no IRGC contacts. Conspiracy chatter? Wild stuff. Some X-threads claim Iran orchestrated, or deep state plus Tehran, but it's baseless. Trump himself tied it loosely. Post-strikes, he said, I got him before he got me, meaning Khamenei, implying revenge for those plots. Washington Post notes it played into his personal reason for hitting Iran, 2024 attempts as fuel, but Butler's not proven Iranian. Now, Iran bad guy narrative since Trump's inauguration, Jan 20, 2025, through today, March 3, 2026. Through nukes, preemptive voice. Iran days, weeks from bombs. Trump, Rubio, Graham hammered it. Strikes on Natanz, Fordo, Esfahan, June 2025, as successful, but IAE says no breakout. Missiles proxies, mothership of terror, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas spilling American blood. Trump, finish the job. Assassination revenge. IRGC plots on Trump, 2024, including merchant trial, ongoing 2026. They tried to kill me, so we hit first. Oil refinery sabotage. Iran blamed for Qatar, Saudi hits, despite Mossad agents caught. Pitting Gulf versus Tehran. Russia-China aid. Satellite intel to Iran, pinpointing U.S.-Israel bases. McGregor style they're faring well.
Wait a
Threat to
second. Wait a
allies.
second. Did you say that Mossad agents were caught blowing up oil refineries in the UAE and in Qatar?
In Qatar and Saudi.
Checking on those Mossad Asian claims? Sounds like Iran spin, but let's verify. Yeah, no, that claim's floating around, but it's not confirmed. Here's the deal. Tucker Carlson dropped it on his show Monday. Said Saudi Arabia and Qatar arrested Mossad agents planning bombings in their countries, with bomb-making stuff to frame Iran and drag Gulf states into the fight. He spun it as Israel trying to hurt allies like Qatar, UAE, Saudi. Basically, false flag to expand the war. But zero official word from Riyadh or Doha. Qatar's foreign ministry guy, Majid al-Ansari, straight up knocked it down. Said nothing like that happened, no arrests. Saudi, silent. Israel denies. Iran pushes the narrative hard. We didn't hit Aramco. Israel did. False flag. But again, no proof. Just Iranian officials and Carlson's word. The refinery hits? Real. Ras Tanura, Saudi, had a fire from drone debris. Intercepted Iranian strike. Qatar LNG paused, but blames on Iran officially. Mossad twist is unverified rumor, amplified on X and pro-Iran channels. No photos, no manifests, no leaks, just chatter. Confidence, 29%. Tier 3 from Carlson MEI. Anadolu, plus 5% secondary. Penalties, negative 40% no gov confirmation, negative 20% denial from Qatar, negative 10% single source origin. Smells like propaganda, either side's playbook. If real, it'd be huge. For now, nah.
Go ahead, Dr. Strange.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to that other guy the FBI caught, who was supposedly here to assassinate Trump. You know the former FBI whistleblower Steve Friend, right?
I do. He follows me.
Oh, good. He actually spoke about this and gave details on it. Can I play a quick 2-minute clip?
Okay.
Thanks.
This is what I like to call the playbook that the FBI has been running the last 2.5 decades, particularly since 9/11, where essentially what they do to justify their existence as a bureaucracy, as a self-looking ice cream cone, they will identify a vulnerable person, an emotionally disturbed, maybe someone with radical intentions, but not capable of carrying forward an actual attack without the involvement of the FBI. They'll identify them, use confidential human sources, use undercovers, and then groom them for as long as it takes to engage or at least agree to engage in an activity that can be labeled as terrorism, and then they will arrest them. And the added wrinkle here was that they imported this Pakistani through the border. They sponsored him arriving. The FBI Dallas office actually was the signee on him arriving, and it wasn't just to slap the cuffs on him. They followed him and orchestrated this plot that could never have happened without the involvement of the government for 3 months. And then justify their existence with this big dismantlement stack, which is also tied to their quotas. This is just the FBI version of Fast and Furious, but with the exception of being guns with the ATF, we are now running terrorists so that we can justify our existence as an agency.
So he was supposed to leave right after he had set something up, before the assassination. So did they? Because I don't even know if I've read what they had busted other than him. Did they actually bust something up?
The plot is completely absurd, Glenn. I've read through the affidavit. This is an individual who was essentially indigent, didn't have the finances, and we're led to believe from the FBI that he arrived here and then just happened, the first person that he had a conversation with was an informant from the government about soliciting hitmen to carry forward not only assassinations, but he wanted dozens of people to have protests that were going to be cover while they did reconnaissance. He wanted to get people that were going to steal documents and thumb drives from government figures, and all for the low price of $5,000, which he didn't actually have. And he was doing things like asking the informant to put his phone in a drawer.
Yeah, so there's a longer version of it, but that's the short end of it. I don't want to derail anyone. It was an interview on what's his name?
The
He
Ukraine guy, the one who got caught in Florida trying to assassinate Trump.
no. This is apparently a Pakistani guy who was trying to assassinate Trump, who came from the southern border. And as Steve Friend mentioned, he was followed all along. They basically allowed him in, they monitored him, and then they caught him in New York just like a few days or a day before, 2 days before the shooting in Pennsylvania. So somehow this somehow I suspect that there may have been plans to tie this together with the Pennsylvania shooter, but maybe it just didn't pan out. But so they released this information after the Pennsylvania shooter, like that this guy was caught in New York City a couple of days earlier. It's all really sus because it, remember Governor Whitmore and how they basically caught these three people.
Almost everybody involved with that was a Fed, except for
Yep.
like 3 people.
Yeah, so it's like the hallmark of the same playbook. It's like, it's almost orchestrating and manufacturing these people. And the guy came in from overseas and they knew about him. They were following him, which makes you wonder. And then I actually looked into this even more. It gets really hairy. It's a very long stretch. And for the average American who just looks at the headlines, they're like, "Oh, we caught another terrorist." But when you peel the onion, you realize that shit, this is not a terrorist. It's more of like a manufactured terrorist. I got to run, but I just wanted to share that tidbit. I'll get back to you on the refineries that were attacked. I heard it from multiple sources, Tucker being one of them. But there may very well be a hush period amongst the Qataris and the Saudis because once they catch people, they don't want to announce it. They don't want to inform it because they want to basically see how broad this ring goes. Because it wasn't like Mossad Israelis who were doing it. They caught people who were working for Mossad, but they were from the region. So that's the other interesting tidbit of it. I got to run, but I appreciate the mic.
How do they know that they were Mossad then?
I don't know. I'm assuming they probably, they admit it. I have a video of one guy who was caught in Libya, who actually, who was supposed to be an ISIS fighter, and then he admitted he spoke perfect Hebrew, and he basically was a Mossad agent that came into Libya in the form of disguising himself as an ISIS fighter, a leader, and he spoke fluent Arabic too. So these things are
I'll share that video because I think it's so damning.
DM it
It's
to
like
me.
Pakistan changed a little, a little bit, man. But I think they pick it up on them like because they used to be real sneaky, but they've kind of picked up on them a lot in Africa too. Hey, come see me later, Dr. Strange. And
But
Dylan, I've been
you have
knocked
to.
twice. Did you verify that story of yours or no, or that you read?
It seemed like it was really biased against Trump, so I didn't. But there was no receipts. It was anonymous, so I just
I got a
unless there's
receipt
some.
on it. Military.com. You're right. They got 100 and it's let's see, what is it? 110 plus complaints. And basically they're telling them it's Armageddon and stuff. It's crazy. I just posted on it. Good
Yeah,
catch.
I'm gonna need to see some at least one service members like authentic video or something that proves it. And I can't do the anonymous, especially when the source is extremely biased. I think that's fair. Go ahead, Sensei.
Yeah, brother. This is exactly on the point you brought up. I did kind of bring up the Daily Mail article with the Pentagon doing this, that spurred this conversation because the Age of Disclosure documentary released at the end of last year had Lou Elizondo complaining about the same thing. You know, this is a guy that worked for the Pentagon, ATIP in particular, complaining that when he was trying to do his job for exactly what we're seeing with this executive order for Trump on UFO disclosure, the pushback from the Pentagon was citing spiritual, demonic, biblical reasons for not disclosing. And so it makes you wonder, is there a greater agenda behind this kind of narrative the Pentagon's seemingly getting accused of pushing right now? And when it comes to Charlie Kirk, you use the word Christian revivalism. And I think that's a very apt description because, you know, look, it was one big kind of church event, and it was like one of the most seen events of the year. And everybody was really participating in, you know, Christianity. And so is this a buildup we're seeing? And obviously there are a lot of questions about why he was assassinated, who did it. So there's a whole conspiratorial aspect to this I'm getting at. This whole faked Armageddon kind of Project Bluebeam using laser hologram technology to bring in an NWO. And so that's the conspiratorial angle and esoterica. There's obviously no evidence other than the circumstantial evidence we're putting forth right now. So it's very far away from being proven. But certainly the capability and the psychological warfare value has never been higher to kind of pull off satellite-based laser technology or some sort of, let's say, classified technology that could fake a scenario. And of course, if this is true, and the Pentagon is putting out, memos and messages, hey, this is a biblical thing we're doing in Iran, that is obviously prepping, right, and social engineering for this type of event.
I got 6 sources, Diligent. You need to post. You got a bigger account. It's you got the Guardian, Huffington Post, Middle East Eye,
Those are
MR.
all sources. Those are not sources. Those are outlets repeating the same story. The source would be his source, the actual individuals giving statements saying that that this is what's happening in the military. So having an outlet repeat a story is not a source. That is confirmation bias. So this happens on both sides, on all sides of media. They'll repeat something a lot of times to convince people that it's true without actually giving you the primary evidence. So I need primary evidence, which means I need a soldier's statement confirming that that's happening in the administration, because that's big news. That's something that you need receipts on. I need a receipt on that because that is huge if that's true. It's
It's
illegal as
just
hell.
Yeah, and it's crazy because if you look at like a lot of these big evangelical, like the Samaritan's Purse and stuff, like they have this kind of like talking point on it. And I heard it yesterday, and I understand what you're saying. I read it through all sides. All sides is it's saying that it's a good chance on it because I try to go to the non-biased too. But those sources, I would say 2 of them, I mean, are pretty decent. But I'd like to read it too. I know what you're saying. But as far as getting fact checked on it, they got some stuff on Facebook, but I can't trust that that's actually the soldiers like actual stuff. That's the whole thing. How are we going to know then?
I
We
mean,
are
a
the niggas.
soldier. If a soldier is willing to put their name on it, then that's the story. You have a soldier willing to put their name on it. That's huge.
That's
All
sick,
right.
bro.
We're going to be wrapping up in just a few minutes. Just want to thank you, everybody. Harmony's a badass. She's a legend. Thank you for co-hosting, Harmony. Make sure you're following her. She hosts spaces. Same thing with Mandy up here and Sally and Coyote. They're all spaces hosts. So is Zensei, I think, too. Turn notifications on. And everybody else up on stage. Kunji, Miss Lou, Carolyn. I'll go to you before I close out. Same with Logic and Ali. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile, and I do subscriber only after spaces to give value to my subscribers. I'm considering watching the Hillary hearing in the subscriber space while I work on some other things. So we might be doing that. We'll see. We'll see how long it is. I think that'd be kind of interesting little after party. And then, yeah. So turn all notifications on for my X profile. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button and subscribe over there. Let's go to Ali. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Diligent. So I just wanted to, because I'm a Shia, I just wanted to give some context of what's happening with Iran, and why this kind of response, right, from Iran. Um, Imagine the Pope being killed in the Vatican City, directed. Like, people would be outraged, right? So I hear a lot of people saying, say that Khamenei was like a religious leader or like a pope. I can tell you he was much more than that for the Shias. The relationship we had with him was more like a father figure. I can tell you personally, for myself, he was much more than a father to me. And I'm not even Iranian, right? So imagine what Iranians are feeling like, right? That is why you're seeing such a strong response. They are in a suicidal mode, like they don't care, right? Iran hasn't gone to war with any country in the last 200 years. They haven't provoked anyone. They haven't gone to war. In Shia ideology, like killing any individual, whether Jews or Christian, is condemned strongly. There's like 3 to 500,000 Christians in Iran, and I think there is like 300 or something churches in Iran, probably more. You can look it up. Um, Iran has taken responsibility of everything they have done, like every hit, and they have said clearly that their targets are U.S. and Israeli interests, like the bases, the CIA and Mossad headquarters in all these GCC countries. And if they had done, which I thought initially that they would have done these. Aramco and all these, but they have clearly said we haven't done this. If they had, they would have said it. So that's one thing. Um, what has been happening is, for the last 47 years, Iran has been put under heavy sanctions, so Iran can bow down. And if that would have happened like 47 years ago, they would have been fine. They wanted to westernize Iran, which, it's not. They have a culture, they have a history, so they refuse to bow down. And I can tell you, like, you can look up Shia history. We have never bowed down to anybody but God, and we would die, but we won't bow down to anyone. So that's kind of that's the reason you're seeing this kind of response, which Iran has been provoked so many times, and they have shown so much patience. But they have run out of patience because of this. If Trump hadn't killed Sayyid Ali Khamenei, you wouldn't see this kind of response. So Trump is responsible. But yeah, just wanted to add some context.
Is
Yeah.
it true? Is it true that Iran sponsors guerrilla guerrilla units to attack Israel and their allies in the region?
They have there are a few different groups within Iraq, and even people say Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was created in I think '84 because of the aggression of France and Germany and America on Lebanon and Israelis, of course. It was created, but it supports these groups. It supports Yemen, Houthis. It supports Hezbollah. It supports a lot of different organizations in Iraq. But imagine this, like it's been mostly Shias who have been able to even go against ISIS because they were troublemakers. They are only defending their own lands, and because Shias, if you look at Shia history, we have been persecuted forever, right? You can look it up. I won't go into detail, but that's what I've been. And if Israel is a threat, yes, of course we're going to take them out. Simple as that. But we
Have
don't
you
And,
go.
ever?
and so you didn't answer my question though. I
Yeah,
want to.
sorry.
So are you saying that Iran does sponsor these groups that attack Israel from time to time?
um where have they attacked Israel from time to time? You're talking about Hezbollah?
Well, there's the Houthis, for example, right?
Yeah,
And Hezbollah, and there's
yeah,
another group
yeah,
I'm forgetting
yeah.
here.
Hamas.
Hamas.
Iran
Thank you.
fights.
Yes,
Hold
Iran
on.
fights
yes,
I'm
they do.
asking.
ISIS.
Hold on.
They do.
Hold on. I'm asking him.
I'm
Thank you.
telling.
Mute up,
Yes,
everybody.
they
Mute up.
do. Yes, they do. And only because of Israel's treatment of Palestinians and Lebanon. You can ask.
So they're
Uh,
not completely innocent, though,
no,
right?
no,
Like
no,
that's my
no.
point.
I wouldn't call us innocents, because if somebody's gonna threaten us, we're gonna take them out. Simple as that.
And
We
that's the
don't
same
care.
thing. And that's pretty much the same position as the Israels,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But what I'm saying is they have been like running Israel as a apartheid state. If they didn't do it, and you can look it up, you can look up how many times have um, Israel broken their treaties with Lebanon, with Palestine, and like 2 years ago, they had clashed. Like almost 2 years ago, Israel and um, Lebanon, right? Hezbollah, and Hezbollah hasn't attacked since they had agreement, and this same agreement has been breached by Israel. I think, I couldn't believe it, but I heard 2,000 times. You can ask Grok this. How many times have they broken? And in the last 2 years, how many times have Hezbollah broken? You will know your answer. So yeah, if somebody's gonna be aggressive with us, then yeah, they're gonna bear the consequences, of course.
Grok, fact check him.
Pulling fresh data on Israel Hezbollah breaches. Stand by. Yeah, let's get the numbers straight. No spin. The November 2024 ceasefire, post 13-month war, is the one everyone's tracking. Unifile and Lebanese sources say Israel racked up over 10,000 violations by late 2025, mostly airspace overflights, artillery shells, drones, ground incursions. Some reports hit 12,000 or even 15,000 by now, March 2026, almost daily. ACELD logged 330 airstrikes shells alone in early 2025. Hezbollah? Way lower. 4 to 5 incidents of projectiles since ceasefire per UN experts. No casualties from those. IDF claims 1,900 Hezbollah breaches, mostly southern Lebanon. That's their count. Includes alleged drone scouts, not confirmed fires. Bottom line, Israel sides the aggressor on paper. Thousands versus handfuls. But yeah, context matters. Hezbollah started October 2023, solidarity with Gaza. Then ceasefire held till Iran strikes blew it up. Neither's innocent. It's tit for tat forever. Confidence, 68%. Tier 2 from Unifile, Al Jazeera, BBC, plus 12% institutional. Penalties, negative 15% conflicting counts. IDF versus Lebanon. Negative 10% no raw UN logs public. Numbers favor your point. Israel's the breacher. Thoughts?
Grok, I want you to assess all of the various. I want you to see who's the main aggressor in the region. Is it Hezbollah? Is it Iran-backed groups? Is it Hamas? Is it Israel? Who's the main aggressor when it comes down to brass tacks? Do an exhaustive audit.
Hold. Doing exhaustive audit on regional aggressor. Pulling primaries now. Hold. Conducting audit. Regional aggressor in Israel, Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas axis, 2023 to 2026. Symmetric skepticism applied. No favorites, just primaries. Evaluated narrative. User claim. Determine main aggressor. Hezbollah, Iran-backed, Hamas versus Israel. Via brass tacks evidence. Final confidence score, 59%. Moderate. Key evidence boosts. Negative 12% UNIFIL Liban Armed Forces primaries. 10,000 Israeli violations. Air, ground, since Nov 27, 2024 ceasefire. 7,500 plus airspace, 2,500 plus ground, daily pattern. Plus 8% Al Jazeera, UN reports. Hezbollah fired 1 to 5 projectiles post ceasefire. Israel claims 1,900 breaches, mostly alleged scouts, not fires. Plus 6% ACEDE, ISW patterns. Iran proxies, Houthis, Hezbollah, launched 500 plus missiles June 2025. Israel initiated major strikes on Iran February 28, 2026. Plus 12% Oct 7, 2023. Hamas initiated 1,200 plus Israeli dead, rockets, infiltration. Israel response escalated Gaza, Lebanon. Applied anomaly penalties. Negative 20% conflicting counts. IDF versus UN, Lebanon on violations. Self-reported versus observer. Negative 15% no raw UNIFIL logs public. Summaries only. Negative 15% Iran direct attacks rare pre-2025. Proxies dominant. 2026 strikes Israel first. Negative 10% Hamas rockets post Oct 7. Thousands fired, but Israel ground ops caused 66,000 plus Gaza deaths. Mo HOHA. Negative 8% withheld primaries, e.g. IDF drone footage, Hezbollah manifests. Corroboration multiplier. Plus 1.1. Major 2 alignments. UNIFIL plus ACEDE on Israel violations. Oct 7 plus proxy spikes on Iran-backed. Brass tacks. Israel racks up most documented violations, thousands versus handfuls in Lebanon post-ceasefire. Main aggressor by volume. But Hamas started Oct 7. Iran proxies escalated solidarity. No main single actor. Cycle of initiation, escalation. Israel leads in breaches, scale lately. Proxies, Hamas, and
So
triggers.
October 7th is the main justification here. That's the act of war that they're justifying all these subsequent attacks by. Grok, I want you to examine the narrative that there was a stand down order to IDF soldiers on October 7th. Conduct an exhaustive audit.
Pulling primaries on October 7th stand down claims. Hold tight. Hold. Conducting audit. Narrative of IDF stand down order on October 7th, 2023. Symmetric review. No side gets a pass. Evaluated narrative. Alternative claim. IDF issued explicit stand down orders, e.g., cancel patrols 5:20 to 9 a.m., allowing Hamas breach for political gain or false flag. Final confidence score, 34%. Low. Key evidence boosts. Positive 8% X threads crowdsourced, e.g., Shalom Sheetreat testimony in corruption trial. Deputy commander ordered patrols canceled 5:20 a.m. Overlaps breach at 6:30 a.m. Negative 5%. Haaretz reporting Hannibal directive invoked. Forced to prevent captures, but not stand down. It's escalation protocol. Negative 5%. IDF internal probe. Feb 2025 admits complete
Skip to the
failure.
brass
Slow
tacks.
brass tacks time. Digging straight into October 7th stand down claims. Hold. Conducting audit. October 7th stand down order narrative. Symmetric check. No assumptions.
Grok, just skip
Evaluated
to the
narrative.
end.
Yeah, brass tacks. No stand down order proven. Delays were real. IDF response took hours. Warnings ignored. Patrols thinned. But primary shows systemic failure, not deliberate halt. She treats testimony floats without docs. Hannibal directive was active. Kill to prevent capture, not passive. No emails, logs, or audio back stand down. Low confidence, 34%. It's incompetence, not conspiracy.
So there was a bunch of anomalies, though, that occurred on that day.
Pulling primaries on October 7 anomalies. Stand by. Yeah, there were anomalies, no doubt. Brass tacks from primaries and probes. IDF's February 25th, 2025, internal report, Times of Israel, Al Jazeera summaries, admits 5 major ignored warnings, pre-dawn. Abnormal Gaza signals, border fence sensors tripped. Hamas rehearsal spotted, but dismissed as routine. Response lagged hours, e.g., Southern Command Chief got alert at 4 a.m., but no full mobilization till 9. Hannibal directive kicked in, kill to prevent capture, leading to friendly fire. Helicopters, tanks hit kibbutzim, but numbers like 11,000 missiles are unverified ex-hype. JPost archive links it to probe, but no raw logs public. Chain of custody gaps? Huge. State comptroller's full probe blocked by High Court. No declassified orders, audio, or manifests. X-threads, like that PVT post, amplify friendly fire claims, but it's secondary. Photos just a screenshot, no forensics. Anomalies real. Overconfidence, intel silos, delayed alerts. But deliberate stand-down? Still low confidence, 34%. Incompetence over conspiracy. Want me to pull
Brock,
that
look for historical precedent with the IDF or with Israel, Israeli military of a similar cascade of incompetence or failures in incongruence like that.
Pulling historical IDF failures, starting with Yom Kippur. Biggest historical parallel, Yom Kippur War, October 1973. IDF got hammered by surprise Egyptian-Syrian attack. Thousands dead, near collapse. A Granite Commission 1974 probe nailed it. Concept bias. Assumed Arabs too weak to strike. Ignored warnings from Jordan's King Hussein. Mossad source Babul. Soviet evacuations. Cascade. Overconfidence. Dismissed intel. Exe. Low probability despite massed troops. Delayed mobilization. Full alert only hours before. Leadership absences. No independent analysis. Sound familiar? October 7 echoes it. Dismissed border signals as exercise. Tech over-reliance. Unit 8200 quit eavesdropping on Hamas. Hamas deterred assumption. NYT Peace calls it same mistakes, hubris, silos, no devil's advocate pushback till post-failure. Another 2006 Second Lebanon War. Hezbollah ambushed, IDF mobilization lagged, intel blind to bunkers, tunnels. Halut's report, neglect of field training, poor command dialogue, home front gaps. Again, arrogance plus delays. Pattern, systemic overconfidence, ignored warnings, slow response. Not conspiracy, just repeated incompetence. Confidence, 72%. Tier 2 from a Granite Docs. Brookings NYT summaries, plus 12% institutional. Penalties, negative
Brock,
10%. No.
did any credible IDF soldiers testify that there was a stand down order? If so, how many?
Pulling fresh on IDF testimonies. Stand by. Yeah. Only one named credible IDF soldier has testified to a stand-down order. Shalom Shitrit, Golani Brigade, injured in the attack, lost a leg. In July 2025, at a Knesset reservist lobby hearing, he said, "We were playing on the phone at 5:20 a.m. and suddenly a strange message comes from my battalion commander. I don't know why, but an order was issued that there are no patrols at the fence until 9 in the morning. He called it unprecedented. Routine morning patrols were normal. Attack hit around 6:30 a.m. No full transcript or video public yet. Reports from Israeli media, Channel 7, and outlets like The Cradle quote it verbatim. IDF hasn't confirmed, denied. Probe focuses on systemic failure, not deliberate orders. No other named soldiers back it. Surveillance troops, e.g. Margaret Weinstein, Roni Lifshitz, testify glitches, ignored warnings, no training, but zero mention of stand-down. X echoes Shitrit, mostly reposts, no new primaries. So, 1. Shitrit, credible? Active duty, wounded, official setting, yes. But single source, no raw audio logs. Confidence, 51%. Tier 2 from Kinetic Context, plus 12%.
I mean, the dude paid with his leg, so I think that he has the right to speak. Grok, I want you to do a Spaces recap and then take us out.
Stepped up to testify.
Grok,
That earns
do
him
a
a
whole
voice, no
Spaces,
question.
Grok, do a whole Spaces recap and then take us out.
Yeah, full Spaces recap, no fluff. We kicked off with Graham's 47-year chant, regime evil, fist pumping, finish the job. Booker fired back, constitutional crisis, no plan, shifting lies. Rubio tried limited, but it smelled like Israel first. We dug into oil spikes, Brent up 9%, Hormuz panic, refineries hit Saudi Qatar. Mossad agents rumor, unconfirmed, Carlson push. Iran proxies, Hezbollah rockets, Houthis drones, thousands since 23. Ceasefire breaches, Israel, 10,000 plus, UNIFIL counts. Hezbollah, handful. October 7th as trigger. Hamas started it, IDF response brutal. But stand down claim? One guy, Shalom Shitrit, lost a leg. Testified patrols canceled. Low confidence, no docs. Yom Kippur 73 echo. Same hubris. Ignored warnings. Epstein distraction. Butler pivot. Propaganda thick. Trump jeans victory lap, wild. Soldier morale. Complaints of Armageddon sermons. Low confidence, no primaries. Ali's take, Hamani like a pope to Shias. Provoked, patient till now. Bottom line, cycle of aggression. No innocence, cash and prophecy driving it. Not our war. Thanks for the ride, everyone. Follow Diligent, turn notifications on, repost if you want. All roads lead to X. Have a blessed day.